The business that I run, JN Fund Managers, as Shaletta said, there's capital out there, right? And we look for projects on a daily basis, you know. So we've done a number of things with folks from the diaspora that have businesses here as well. And so, I mean, we from that perspective, you know, are very open to helping to raise capital, debt, or equity, working along with the stock exchange, working along with the FSC, and the Bank of Jamaica, all the regulators. And that's, again, you know, the unspoken about, unheard infrastructure that makes all of this possible.
Great. Thank you very much. And I think, as you said, there is a theme among all three in how you facilitate investments in real estate, business investments as well, that I am sure that anybody that goes to your booth in the marketplace will hear a lot more information about as the day goes along. There's a question that we got from the UK, and I think I know the answer. I would like to know, as a young investor interested in real estate, is there a minimum deposit amount to make your first purchase, or is it case-by-case basis? And I think the answer is case-by-case.
Negotiated.
No. Yeah, it's something that you'd have to discuss.
Yeah, so usually what happens is that vendors would ask for roughly 10%. That can change to 15%. But outside of that, though, you'd also need to save for what is called your closing costs. So what we usually tell individuals is that it's important that when you look at that purchase price, save at least 20 to 25%, because there's certain expenses that you're going to incur that you'll have to cover.
All right, thank you very much.
Some of those closing costs can also be negotiated. So.
Yes.
Closing costs,
yes. Agreed.
And processing fees. I want to ask Minister Hill a question now. The government of Jamaica, and I think you mentioned it, has looked strongly at the business environment, not just the macroeconomic fundamentals, but how easy is it to do business? And I know as the business minister there, I have 20 sister agencies in Jampro. But what are some of the things that the ministry is doing and that the government is doing that makes it easier to do business in Jamaica and make it more attractive for our diaspora?
Well, let's go to if you're a manufacturer. And just last week, since I became minister in early 2022, I noticed our trade balance history. We've been independent for 62 years, and 61 of those years, we've had a negative trade balance. The last year we had a positive trade balance was in 1966, a long time ago. Now, I tell you that to say we in the government have put in a facility that enables manufacturers to do a lot more, and especially if you're exporting. Last week before last, I was in St. Anne at Lidford Mining, I can name them. They bought, Shalette was there with us, they bought a machine for $2.4 million US. That machine reduces the dust from, what they do, they mine limestone. And they mine limestone of an industrial and medicinal quality. So the toothpaste you use could actually have Jamaican limestone, and most likely Tums, when you have to take one, has Jamaican limestone in it. That's the quality of our limestone. So they bought this fantastic German machine, and it's very efficient. What they used to use 1 liter of oil on to make 1 ton of limestone mining. This machine uses the same 1 liter and it makes 5 tons. But for that $2.4 million US, because of a facility called the Productive Input Relief that the Ministry of Industry, together with the Ministry of Finance, put in, they were able to not pay taxes and custom duties of up to about $500,000 US. Now that's for a big importer. Mm-hmm. And you don't even clap? When you can't get it, you know. Yeah. All of you who are manufacturing anything can get that benefit for the machinery. But we do go better. The stuff that you use for manufacturing, raw material, if you were to import it, let's say you're doing wood products, and you import wood from Guyana or Suriname, both of which have tremendous amount of lumber. In that manufacturing process, you buy a piece of machinery that does the wood. You have to buy the wood to make the manufacturing stuff. We give you the benefit on the wood as well. So the machinery and material, listen, Diaspora, there's no place else you should be investing but Jamaica. Come home, and that's one of them. So when you want to connect, Shulette just put in a business gateway at Jampro, where she has, I don't know, 20 agencies on it now, going up to 45 or 49 shortly, so that you sit in your office and make the connections to make your life easier to do business in Jamaica. Jamaica, before the World Bank evaluation went down because of a problem, it's going back up now after a few years. Jamaica was listed as the 6th easiest country in the world to open a business. Mm-hmm. But once you open it, you want to make sure you can continue to do business easily. And this business ministry, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, you tell us what the problem is. A piece of legislation is archaic. I get my chief technical director and the PS, and I make sure, and the agency, if it's a company's office, and I make sure I write it till I get the cabinet submission and through to Parliament. That's why we are the business ministry. I have no fear at all to make sure, with clarity and with a clear direction, make sure we make it easier for you to do business in Jamaica. And that's just the beginning. You hear what the financial guys have done. It's an industry I know very well. And they have, the government, the big part about that, the government has stayed out of the capital markets for the last 7-8 years. We haven't gone in the capital markets to borrow money. Usually the government was in there before we came in, crowding out the business sector. You couldn't have money to lend. Well, them tell you now, them have all the money you want, and given where the Fed is going to do shortly and where our inflation has come back into the range set by policy, by cabinet, that you can expect that interest rates will begin, I hope, will begin to come back to moderate and even make it more attractive to do business in Jamaica.
Minister,
Thank you.
Let me just add to that, because just an endorsement, in Grace Kennedy, we run 5 factories in Jamaica, and we're able to produce at competitive levels.
Yes, that productive input relief is a big selling point. And I just want to add that Minister spoke about it for manufacturing, but it's also available for agriculture. It's available for the creative industries or the entertainment sector. It's available for healthcare, and it's available for the tourism industry. So 5 different industries that benefit from that. I'm going to take 1 or 2 questions. So I have a question. I want to start a business. How easy is it to start a business? You go to www.orcjamaica.com. That's how easy it is. You reserve the name that you want to start your business, and then there's a process that can take anywhere from half a day to 2 days max if there's deep research needed, and your business is open. So that is how simple. Minister spoke about these processes being online and Jamaica being the 6th easiest place to start a business. orcjamaica.com. And the second part of the question was, I want to invest in Jamaica. How do I assure that my investments will help the regular Jamaicans where they can be paid a fair wage? Well, I'll tell you 2 things. First of all, we just raise the minimum wage again. So fair wages by law are now a thing. And the second part is, I mentioned that there are 2 ways, or a couple ways you can invest. Direct investments is where you're opening the business yourself. So you determine how much it benefits the regular Jamaicans. But also, if you choose to invest, for example, through the stock markets, you can use any of these financial institutions or any of the other financial institutions to research the stock that you're buying, to make sure that their values align to your values in terms of what are their business practices, so that you make sure that when you invest, your money is going into a company that share those values with you. So I'll answer that question. Minister wanted to weigh in as well.
Quickly, not only do you go to or see Jamaica.com, is that the right one? Or see Jamaica.com to open your business. But I want to advise you, when you're opening a business, very often you talk to your friends and your family, and sometimes even a lawyer. Eventually you get to a lawyer to sort out your business. But that's not where you start. Listen to me. I've started businesses, I've run businesses around the world. Don't do that. Come to the government agency like JAMPRO, like JBDC, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, like Companies Office of Jamaica. Get their advice for free. That everything that the lawyer tells you they're going to charge you, and the lawyers will have to stay in business, but I don't have to worry about them. They're well trained and they know how to get clients. Right, Minister?
Minister, I just add to that for a lot of the entities as well, I'm sure my colleagues would be the same. A lot of these institutions, they put out weekly newsletters. So you actually can subscribe to weekly newsletters that tells you what's happening with a lot of these companies and can inform your decision making. So you can just sign up for these newsletters.
I want to mention the last thing. One of the important questions that person looking at starting a business was, how do I pay a fair wage to ordinary Jamaicans? When I started, I said when we came to government, unemployment was 13.4%. It's now 4.2%. Yes, thank you. All of us work for it. When unemployment was 13.4% and even 16%, it was an employer's market. Grace has been in there. She knows me, I tell the truth. And all of them over there. It was an employer's market. It was my market. I was running NCB at the time. Big market for us. Well, when you get down to 4.2%, economics tells you that where there's a lot of supply, the price goes down. At 16.4% or 13.4% unemployment, wages are in the employer's favor. Well, when it gets down to 4.2, Grace, Madam Grace from Grace, you get down, you have to negotiate and do well. But employers have to understand that the game has changed a bit, and you have to now look at comparison. If you're in the hospitality business, what are you paying in Barbados and Trinidad and elsewhere versus here? And if you're in the manufacturing business, you have to look at that. So the arrangement has changed. But if you have an interest, and I know big companies here, I was with one over the weekend. They don't have any problem with their employees. They don't have an issue because they have good HR policies that make sure that they're market competitive. And that's, you know, the private sector love to talk about the market. Well, me come from there, me love to talk about the market too. So when the market comes down to 4.2%, look at yourself and raise the standard. So that's how you're going to invest in Jamaica. We want every investor in here and every ordinary Jamaican to benefit from the good economic environment that has been created. The government can create the playing field and regulate the playing field, but it's you business people must play well on the playing field so everybody feel that it's fair.
If I may.
Quick comment, Lynn.
Yes. I think one of the things as well is that, as you made mention of, JAMPRO, for example, as well as the consulates and the high commissions, they do have this information. So I'll encourage all diasporans to really reach out to your consulates, reach out to your high commissions, reach out to JAMPRO. And this information is right there at their fingertips, in addition to what Grace made mention that we all produce newsletters. So, and we facilitate that through online distribution. So sign up with us. But of course, it's at your fingertips when you go to your high commissions or consulates.
And that's an excellent point. As you know, JAMPRO is in Toronto, New York, and London. We can't be everywhere. And so we are proud to have as our partners the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and our economic diplomacy program, where we engage with the foreign service offices. Just last week, we did a briefing session. Every so often, we meet with them. We tell them what's happening, what sectors are doing well, what processes are changing, so that they have the information that they can pass on to you. So that's a very good point, and that gave us a plug for our EDP with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A quick question: do I need to be a citizen, have dual citizenship to open a business in Jamaica or get funding for projects? No, you do not. You do not have to be a citizen at all to get funding or to buy land in Jamaica. You can be just anybody that is interested in being a part of our economic community.
Madam Moderator, we have a question from the floor.
Sure, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I have a question. This is for Mrs.
Could you just say your name and maybe which country?
My name is Shauna Campbell, and I relocated to Jamaica last year. I'm a first-generation American, so I now live in Mandeville, Manchester.
Welcome home.
So this question is for Mr. Wellington. Many of us are aware of the ongoing existing issues in Jamaica. However, your platform is one of the few that has a solution-focused, oriented approach that balances out the disempowering images of Jamaica. So can you share about the power of social media that highlights and showcase the other side of Jamaica, especially when it comes to brand Jamaica?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Shauna. So on my platform, I would like to think I'm very transparent and realistic and also publicly aware of the challenges that Jamaica has. And one of the pushbacks that I often get a lot on my platform is that Jamaica is so dangerous, and Jamaica is, you should stay as far away as possible from Jamaica because X, Y, and Z will happen to you if you do invest here or move here. And I very much recognize whatever happens to individuals, and I'm very sorry for those families who suffer the consequences of others' actions in that regard. But nonetheless, I think a lot of times that these challenges that we face often get sensationalized and often take on that's almost like how things are here every day. And from like a lifestyle perspective, and I was talking about this on my live stream yesterday, like living and being here in Jamaica, it's like a great, great, great life. And it's just so crazy to me, and unfortunately, a lot of the negative pushback that I get on my platform is from Jamaicans who are living abroad. And that was like one of the motivations of me starting my channel. I was like, they're saying all these negative things about Jamaica, and I was like, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's not like that here. And I feel like so honored and so privileged to be able to call Jamaica my home and to live where I live and have the circle of friends that I have here. And I just want people to at least open their minds and consider that as a possibility of how their lives may look like, and also as we talk about investment opportunities down here as well. And I always say that, as I said before, and I think everybody on stage here agrees that Jamaica is moving in a very, very positive direction, more so now than ever before, talking about the economic indicators, et cetera, et cetera. But I also still believe that for those who don't like what's happening or the state of Jamaica, it is right now, for whatever reason, and you want to be a negative Nancy, that's okay. But to me, the power lies within us and within the individual. And we have to be a part of the solution and be solution-oriented. And yes, we could talk about all the whatever negative thing, and we can pull that from any state or any government or any nation in the world, and we can nitpick at all the negative things that happen there. But I think if we are more focused on solutions, more focused on building our communities, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, I have to build the whole of Jamaica, but maybe we can build the town that you came from, or the community that you came from, or Negril or Montego Bay, and focus on that, and focus on uplifting the people there and giving them opportunities. To me, that's how the nation moves forward, and that's how the nation really reaches its potential. And I think your presence here is a huge, huge testament to that. And I think if we can collectively push out these vibes and push out this positiveness outside of this conference and take the energy from this conference and really push it out, I think we can quell a lot of the sensationalized negative things that are out there on social media.
Thank you. All right, we've got a few questions here. So if I could ask the panelists, keep it tight.
1 minute, Dr. Brown, because there was another question that I could just piggyback on what was just asked. What are the opportunities in particular for young entrepreneurs in micro-business sectors?
Sure. I mean, I think it's specific to, I come from tourism, so my brain always goes to the main tourist cities, so Montego Bay, Negril, Ochi, Treasure Beach, even going out to Port Antonio and St. Thomas now. And I would say I would encourage you to look at it from a principle standpoint and see what is missing there. So for me, if you were coming to Negril and you were going to open another Jamaican restaurant, I'm like, okay, that's fine. You probably do okay. But why wouldn't you come here and go to Negril and open up, say, a sushi restaurant instead? And it's like a simple, lateral step to the left, lateral step to the right. There is a group of, I don't know them, but they're of entrepreneurs. I believe they're first-generation American Jamaicans, and they're opening Dinner in the Sky in Negril. And I'm like, that's the outside-the-box thinking that you want. That doesn't exist in Jamaica, that doesn't exist in Negril. And instead of just starting a Jamaican restaurant, I'm sure they'll probably have Jamaican food, but you're going to be 50 feet in the air over the water having dinner. And I think it's those kind of things are going to do well, and you're going to get support from the local community. And I will say too, just from my experience, is whatever business that you have, don't, again, purely my opinion, don't necessarily focus on the people who are only going to be here for a weekend or a week, visitors, tourists. Focus on the community and focus on the people who are going to support your business year-round, 365. And you want to really take as much as you can, the seasonality out of it. Of course, you'll probably do a little bit better, especially in your tourist town, if you're in the winter season. But nonetheless, to me, it's catering to your local community and getting the support there. Because even though we have all this social media, word of mouth is just still extremely, extremely powerful in this country.
Agreed.
Go ahead, Dr. Brown. Please give your name and country.
Good morning, everybody. My name is I'm Trevor Hamilton. My country, I have many countries I live in. I've worked in 45 countries. And I'm Guyanese, I'm Jamaican, and I'm from St. Elizabeth. That's a country.
Here, here.
And,
here, here.
And the minister knows me well. He's reported to be from my parish to St. Best. I have some, I could have been a case study here, but let's not talk about that. Minister, greetings.
Good to see you, Doc.
Okay. I welcome this as a start, and I think we have to take diaspora investment seriously, the same we take foreign investment seriously. It is still not recognized as a sector, and I believe in Jamaica only when we recognize something to be important, we put everything into it. We recognize that the BPO was important, and we put every resource into the BPO. We don't recognize enough that diaspora investment is a sector. Diaspora investment, I blame the diaspora. I'm a member of diaspora too, so I can take that risk. I blame the diaspora because you have 20%, you contribute 20% to the GDP of this country. Foreign investment only contributes 3%. So foreign investment is really a minority in this whole scheme of things. And so we need to reposition the diaspora as a stronger force We can't be directors in a company. We can't be directors, shareholders in a country. And take it so lightly.
No, Doc.
No, we have diaspora directors.
Everybody, anybody from Dubai, from Guyana, from anywhere you are, as long as you are not a criminal, okay, and yet you're not money laundering or people trading, and in case you're doing it, we have good friends who will tell us. You don't have to be a Jamaican to be an investor, a shareholder, a director, and owner of land in Jamaica. Yeah. So no. Correct that. Next point.
I'm not sure you understand. With due respect, Minister, I don't want to. I'm not sure you. I'm saying.
I heard what you said.
Okay, I'm saying we need to be active in investment in our country. I came back and I'm a case study. I've invested. I've actually gone to centers with an investor. And okay, look. Okay.
But it's open. We can have a one-on-one with you. But investors, certainly. It's open to everybody. Remember now, I ran NCB and NCB Capital. It's not something I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So I know that people are able to invest. If you have a particular issue, and you've been a consultant in Jamaica for years, you know the landscape. So if there's a particular issue, should let myself, any one of these leading executives
Minister,
will help.
I don't have an issue. I will not talk about anything further for the time being.
Yes, let's talk offline. I'll be happy to do that.
All right, before I take the next one, I just want to give some quick responses. Somebody asked about what are we doing with Africa, especially with trade and tech, and I feel like, Minister, that one just walked right in. So since last year, the Minister has been leading a series of export and investment business missions. And last year, I think we went Caribbean and we went traditional markets, so US, Canada, London. This year, we're doing a lot of non-traditional markets. So next month, we're doing Latin America, Mexico, Colombia, Costa Rica, and El Salvador. And at the end of August, early September, we'll be doing Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, and Sierra Leone. And the objective of those missions are twofold. We're not just going there talking about Jamaica and what a wonderful place we are to invest, because we are, but we're also bringing with us, Minister doesn't get on a plane without a private sector delegation. We're also bringing with us business people from Jamaica who we will put in contact with business people in those countries with a view to exporting to that country or developing business partnerships. So if you are interested in any of these missions, please talk to us at the Jamper booth in the marketplace. All of the questions that came in about mortgages, home ownership steps, requirements, mortgage rates, I'm going to ask you to go to the booth in the marketplace for GK, VM, JN, and I'm sure there are some others there.
Where's the marketplace?
The marketplace is in Block B, which is over on that side of the convention center, where they have the luncheon, yes. There were also questions about how do we funnel funds into healthcare and education and empowering the youth. And I'm going to defer those questions. I'll share them with Dr. Brown so that they can be channeled into the right panel. Dr. Brown, I have 5 minutes, so I can take maybe 1 or 2 more questions from the floor before we wrap up.
Good morning. I am Bruce Barkley, a retired colonel of the JDF and a Jamaican from the USA, Florida. I have 3 projects in Jamaica. A 5-acre farm in St. Mary, a 22-studio apartment in Vineyard Town, and an Airbnb in Montego Bay. I sold the Airbnb because it was broken into, the furniture's destroyed, and the person who grilled it to secure it was murdered a month later. What my question is there a plan to rally the diaspora and Jamaicans at home and abroad, similar to how we rallied around COVID? Is there a plan to deal with crime and corruption in Jamaica? Thank you.
And there were a couple questions on WhatsApp about crime as well.
We understand that that's a pressing issue, and there'll be a session later on, I think. The Commissioner of Police will be here, who is new, and he is a high-tech commissioner. But what I'm going to say quickly and broadly is that murders are down in Jamaica this year, quite importantly and substantially. High double-digit numbers. What we've found is that gangland crime has been down significantly. A lot of crime taking place are from domestic, especially, unfortunately, many of the murders are domestic ones. Man and woman issue, picnic and parents and three kind of parents involved, business. Now, we're working on that, and how we're working on it is for many, many years, there was really not much investment in crime. Since this government has been in, we're probably close to $250 million spent in investing in crime and giving them the tools that they need to deal with crime. Dealing with crime is also a social problem. We have to look at the moral compass in which we're training our kids or not training them. When many of us went to school, things were different. We may have to, I see they're teaching civics back in school again, but investment has to be there. We're putting the money into the police so that they can find and investigate properly. And you notice crimes are being solved much faster now in Jamaica. It will take time. We understand that the diaspora is a big issue. Sometimes they meet it at the airport. We think that is going down. But the government is working across society, Ministry of Education, business, customs, the police, to make sure that we do everything we can within a reasonable period of time to bring that crime factor down. It's having an effect, but it's a long haul, and we are committed to making sure it works.
All right, last question from the audience.
Hi, Tracy Ann, New Jersey, and also here, going back and forth every 2 weeks. I'm also an investor in one of the most beautiful resorts in Negril, which is the High Life Resort. I also building in St. Andrew, and also I send about 13 girls right now to school, and it does not matter where, and I do it out of my pocket. Now, I watched YouTube a lot, and over like probably the past 5 months, I've been seeing YouTubers are just storming in, and to sensationalize and to get their audience, they're making statements that upsets me. Like, I went to Dentil, and I have to pass into Spanish now, and they will write, and I don't want to say the actual person because he did get locked up in another country. And at first, when I saw it, I sent out to a group that is in New Jersey, and I said, how can we stop this? He will write, the most dangerous city in Jamaica, even the local doesn't visit here. And I'm wondering, why are you even there? Here's my question. How are we protecting our brand on a cyber space? We don't open our doors and let people just come right in and do whatever they want in your house. Jamaica is our house. We need to know when we're closing certain doors, or we charge them for working here.
Thank you.
Can I hop in?
I'm gonna stop.
if I could hop in.
All right, Swap will answer.
Yeah, sure. So I was at the real estate conference, I think last month and the month before, and I don't know what to do or have an answer to kind of put a net around Jamaica and its brand and protecting it in that sense, but I'm familiar, I know exactly who you're talking about and what you're talking about, and I find it like absolutely disgusting because, you know, we have our own problems here about with our own Jamaicans making content that sensationalize what's happening here, and they're doing it and making money off of it, and that's the whole thing. They're monetizing it, and they're making it bigger and worse than it is, and same thing with the folks who are coming in here, which is even more annoying because they're not even from here, but they're kind of just coming in here and just taking out value, and then we're the ones that who have to suffer the consequences of that. So at the real estate conference, I told the realtors there, like, it's very important to make content as a realtor to get people to look at Jamaica. But two, we need to make content to combat this negativity and the sensationalization of Jamaica at scale. And I say the same thing with my fellow content creators. It's really us who are going to fight this battle because it is a battle of attention. And it's like if they're putting out more content at scale, negative content at scale, there's more of a chance that more people are going to watch that content. So we as positive content creators, I wouldn't even say positive content creators, but creators and people who are here that really are going to show the authentic aspect of what it is to live here, to invest here, and to have a good life here at the end of the day. That to me is like the best way that I know to combat these ridiculous pieces of content that are out there.
I just want to add that this is a challenge to our excellent private sector. If you see what happens, you take on a big European company or a nation, and you see they come together in force. You know, we have that issue we have to deal with the BPO. I asked Shulette and the team, the chairman of my agencies, to come up with a plan to go to cabinet as to how we're going to deal with crime that affects the BPO. Kelly Dawn will talk to you this morning about that. So we want to make sure that we do what Winthrop says. It's you in the private sector, and if you have an angle that you think the government should be working on with you, come to us. This business ministry, we're working on an overall rebranding of Jamaica, big time, through Jumper and the OPM. We want to make sure we protect that brand. We will work with you, but for heaven's sake, this is market-driven. You guys initiate, and we will join with you.
All right. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I'm having about 10 different people in front of me showing me signs that I must wrap up now. I'm going to ask you, and if I can just have my Jumper people put up their hands in the audience. I know I see Berletta there.
Raise your hands.
We have Jumper people. There's Marlene over there. We have the Jumper booth. And of course, everybody here has a booth. I'm going to ask you to just catch us one-on-one, and we'll deal with the questions that you have. And Minister, I think, is here until end of day tomorrow. Very accessible as well. I'm going to also respond to everybody that sent me a WhatsApp message and direct you to the correct place. But I want to thank my panelists.
Good morning.
I think this was a very...
comment I have. I'm sorry I was on the other line. I really need to say this publicly. My name is Okama Ekpebrook. I'm originally from Nigeria. I live in Canada, and I come today from Canada. And I come as the president of the Caribbean Studies Association. I also come as the founder of the Africa Caribbean Heritage Alliance. My comment is, I'm a young person. I've traveled around the world to over 50 countries. I travel with Nigerian passport. And each country I travel to, I have to get a visa because I'm a permanent resident of Canada. But I've been married to a Canadian for 29 years. I still travel on Canadian. Came this time, Jamaica, I applied for my entry online, and it was the most easy access I've ever had. And cost-free. And I made a pledge to all my networks that I was going to share this message wherever the opportunity. So I'm sorry to take your time, but this is a message that everybody needs to hear. That the government of Jamaica, the people of Jamaica, are really paving the way for success for the future. Thank you.
I'm so glad you took our time. Can you imagine how I'm going to say that message often when I go to my African countries later this year, but also to say that PICA, the Passport and Immigration Authority here, they actually do a very good job. And I want to say thanks to PICA and the Ministry of National Security, because that's where PICA lodges. So all we hear, we talk about crime, PICA's in the mix, like customs, and I'm so thankful for your comment, and give her a round of applause again, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause going for our panelists. Yeah. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for this outstanding panel of government representatives, business leaders, thank you, Shalette, investors and members of the Jamaica diaspora. Their insights on investment opportunities, regulatory frameworks, and collaborative strategies aimed at leveraging diaspora resources for sustainable business development has really set the tone for JDC 10. I see we're already moving around in the room, and so I invite you to enjoy a brief coffee break while continuing the dialogue on how to harness the power of the diaspora. You will also want to check in with Government at Your Service and visit our marketplace live, and that's happening in exhibition halls B and A. Please do not be late for our first Riverside chat on succeeding at business in the diaspora, where the main program is going to resume right here. We start on time because we want to get back on time throughout the day. So I look forward to you joining me here for the Riverside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great morning. See you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
You may not remember.
In the heart of the Caribbean, a call echoes across the globe, a call for a momentous homecoming. This June 16 to 19, join us in Montego Bay for the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Jamaica extends a warm invitation to its global family for a gathering like no other to foster dialogue, development, and cultural immersion. This first in-person forum in 5 years offers a unique opportunity to explore innovative solutions for national development and to forge strategic alliances. We will address vital topics at the intersection of Jamaica's progress and the unique experiences of its global community. This conference is more than just a meeting. It's a melting pot of ideas and action. Born from an initiative in 1993, this gathering has evolved into a powerful movement that shapes Jamaica's policies and development strategies. From promoting investments to fostering heritage pride, the conference is a testament to Jamaica's proactive approach to engaging its diaspora. While at the conference, take advantage of fast-tracked government services exclusively for attendees. Plan and execute a Diaspora Day of Service activity in a community of your choice. Reconnect with our roots, network, explore business and development opportunities, and re-establish connections, all while savoring local cuisine. Our goal is action. We're not just talking, we're planning, executing, and growing together. Join us as we write the next chapter in Jamaica's story, one of unity, innovation, and collective growth. Register now at diasporaconferenceja.eventbrite.com. Don't miss out. Our early bird special of $160 for 3 days ends May 15. The 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, united for Jamaica's transformation, fostering peace, productivity, and youth empowerment.
VM, we're here for you. We are written into this land. You are written into our story. Together stronger we stand. Your win is our victory. We're a firm foundation, here to stay. Build you a brighter way. Transform your everyday.
VM Group. Transform your everyday.
Let's face it, buying a home can be quite stressful and costly. At JM Bank, we understand you have big plans for the future. That is why we've created mortgage options suited to your needs. With almost no money down, unsecured loans to cover upfront costs, and flexible payment plans, we're committed to making the home buying process possible. Let JM Bank make your goal of owning a home a reality. Contact us today and take the first steps towards owning your own sweet home. JM Bank will help you find a way.
Attention Jamaicans abroad! Participate in the Diaspora Day of Service on June 20, which follows the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Plan a project or join an existing one. Whether you're planting seeds of change, sharing your skills, or lending a helping hand, together we can build a brighter future for our fellow Jamaicans. Register today and learn more at diasporaconferenceja.eventbrite.com. Sponsored by JN Group, VM Group, and Grace Kennedy. A message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. This June 16 to 19 will be a momentous homecoming at the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Immerse yourself in the conference and take advantage of the government at your service feature. Access express services to get your passport, driver's license, NHT returns, TRN, and so much more. It all happens on the spot. Register today and learn more at diasporaconferenceja.eventbrite.com. Sponsored by JN Group, VM Group, and Grace Kennedy. A message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
as a matter of fact, for the next 4 days, we are live inside of Montego Bay at the Jamaica Diaspora 10th Biennial Conference, which means we've been doing this for 20 years. I'm Sharanda Farrell, and I get to carry you through the marketplace. So far, we started the morning with a plenary talking about Jamaica open for business. So we thought we'd take an opportunity to move you from the plenary space to the marketplace and see what businesses are actually open. So we're starting with one of our legacy partners, Grace Foods, and I'm speaking with Jodianne Willis. Did I get that right? Willie. All right, almost got it right. And Jodianne is brand manager. Is that what it is? Brand marketer. Look, me I get a promotion and she not ready yet. All right, so Jodianne, so what can we expect? What can folks who are coming through the marketplace expect if they stop by your section here today?
Okay, thanks for having us. So today we're serving the Grace Instant Porridge. So anyone stop by the booth, they can expect good customer service and best quality in our products.
So in terms of the porridge, how much of it do you drink?
Just one.
Wait, so you don't overdo it?
No.
All right, thank you, Jodianne. So we'll be sampling the Grace porridge if you stop by the Grace Foods booth this morning here. All right, so we're going to be walking and talking with some more of our legacy partners. And the next stop we're going to make is by the Jamaica National booth. We're going to be stopping by the JN booth. As you can see, the marketplace is very, very busy, which is kind of the point of it. It is a marketplace, and so we're hoping that folks will come by from the other sections, come over to the marketplace, and experience all the things that are happening inside the marketplace. So remember, if you stop by the Grace booth, you're going to be able to sample Grace cornmeal porridge. So let's see what you're going to be able to sample if you stop by the JN booth. All right. So we are now over by JN. Wow, all right, I grab you. Let me make sure I get your name. It's Petal Hall, and what's your position at JN Petal?
Group Sales Executive.
So you're the big boss. So you make the decisions. So the big boss has to listen to you at least.
Next to.
All right, lovely. So when folks come into the marketplace here at beautiful Montego Bay Conference Center, what can they actually expect when they stop at the JN booth?
Well, for certainly we are here to support Diaspora Conference, and we're here to bring the one JN feeling. You can get all JN products and services here at the booth. We're promoting our one JN passport. JN Money is here, JN Fund Managers is here, JN Bank. You can come in, you can open your account and also apply for your unsecured loan. Once you live and work in Jamaica, you can apply for your unsecured loan using our one JN passport app. JN Properties are here. That's our new kid on the block with sales and rentals, a whole host of services that you can take advantage of at this Diaspora Conference over the 3-day period.
All right, so tell me a little bit more about the JN Passport. What's that?
One JN Passport, that's the passport that will take you across the JN group of products and services. So even if that you open an account at JN Bank per se, you don't have to give your information again if you're going through the entire group of companies. And so if you go to JN Money, we have your name. Hence passport. And so it makes it easier for you to do business with us and not to be, regurgitating your information over and over.
So why has JN continued to decide to be a legacy partner with the Diaspora Conference?
JN is very, very, very keen on connecting with the diaspora. This year we are 150 years. Our footing and our footprint across the diaspora is endless, it's rich, and so we want to ensure that we continue to be legacy partners. I know we're legacy partners this year, and so we want to ensure that we keep the diaspora on our arms, and that's why we continue to be a part of this August occasion.
All right, lovely. One last thing before we move on. I want to hear a little bit more about that unsecured loan.
The unsecured loan is up to $5 million. And so you can borrow for any purpose once it's productive. You log on to the One JN Passport, download it in the Google Play Store. You get yourself onboarded, open your savings account, and you go on and you apply for your unsecured loan. Within a day, it can be approved and disbursed into your savings account.
I like you.
I love you too.
I love her and I love JN. And of course, once again, JN is one of 3 legacy partners here at the Jamaica Diaspora Conference. It's the 10th Biennial Diaspora Conference happening inside of absolutely beautiful Montego Bay. And again, we just left the plenary session talking about Jamaica open for business. And we're now in the marketplace trying to check out some of these business. So I'm going to move on now to another one of our legacy partners. Thank you so much, Petal, for your time.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. So we're stepping over now to the VM group, who again is another legacy partner for the Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Oh, could my man follow me? Make us see what can go on for we over here. Let's sit down and have a conversation. Well, you can sit. I want to make sure we see our pretty faces. So let me move this out of the way. How are you?
I am great, thank you.
Lovely. I don't want to mess up anybody's name, so I want to make sure I get it right. What's your name?
My name is Suzette Ramdane Linton. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Branch Distribution for the VM Group.
You know what I like? All the people so far that we've been interviewing are women, and they're all in big-time positions, making decisions. I'm really liking that way. It's a girl power. Straight, all the way. All right. So tell us now, if folks come by the booth inside of the marketplace, when they stop by the VM booth, what can they expect?
All right. So VM Group, as you know, we're a legacy partner, and we are here advertising the different services that we have specially for the diaspora. So we have VM Building Society. What we're saying to the diaspora, any service you want that will take you back home, allow you to do business with us in Jamaica, we're here for you. So from the VM Building Society side, we can start you on your financial journey. You have to save towards home ownership. It's all about owning a piece of the rock. Everybody wants to own a piece of the rock. Right? Especially Jamaicans, it's what we look forward to the most. It's what we want to save towards, and we're here to help you with that financial journey. So owning a piece of the rock, starting your savings account, helping you to send your funds from wherever you are in the diaspora to Jamaica. We make it safe, easy, and convenient for you. So from the VM Building Society, starting your savings journey with us, and then we will help you with the mortgage process to make it as easy and seamless, convenient for you as it possibly can be. And of course, we have VM Property Services, and what our Property Services team does is to help you with sourcing the property that you want to buy, right? So they will work with you to find the most convenient location where you want to find the property. They will help you with the valuation process. They have a team of experts, professionals, just waiting and willing to work with you to find that property that when you see it, you just say, that is my property.
So basically, I just show up with an idea. So, hello, I'd like to own a piece of property in Jamaica. You know, I am a diaspora, and I just happen to be inside of the marketplace today in Montego Bay, and I want to own property. And then you just do everything?
Exactly so. Wow. You put it as simple and as plain and as easy and as convenient that we are going to make it for you.
Absolutely. All right. So tell us a little bit about the sign-up process. Can we go through the entire process of signing up while we're here today, or we just have a conversation?
Absolutely. We are here to do business. VM Group is open for business. So we have our team members here. We're ready to sign you up. And if it's a case where you're not quite ready, you know, we're going to start the process with you. And then once you have the additional documentation ready, we will just finish that process with you. If you have everything here with you, we will sign you up on the spot. We are here. We are open to do business.
So what are some of the things that they would need or we would need to have? Because who's going to come over here, right? Because I suppose if I could do an accent, I could potentially be from the diaspora, or I could just come over and say, hello, I'm from the diaspora. Anyway, all right, so what are some of the things that we would need to have in order to start the process or to get the process done?
Sure. So if it is you're ready to start your financial journey with your savings, all you need is your ID with your proof of address, proof of income, and your tax ID. If you want us to go even further, you're ready to do your pre-qualification for that mortgage to get that piece of the rock that you want, what we would require is a proof of income and your credit report. Very easy, very simple, and that can get you on the path to owning your own home.
Okay, I love it. I love it. I'm really appreciative of it. All right, so I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to step over to another one of our partners. But this is amazing, and I do believe that before the 3 days are out, I'm going to come by and let you help to walk me through the process.
And can I just add?
Yes.
Yeah, add. We also have a beautiful product that's called I Save for Home. and it's really tied to owning a piece of the rock. So what it does, it encourages you to save specifically towards oak ownership. And as a sweetener, we actually have a promotion going right now where you could actually win up to $500,000. Oh, wow. We have 12 winners. One person will win $500,000. Two will win $250,000. That's two persons. And then 9 persons will win $100,000 Jamaican. And this can actually be, or it can actually help towards that down payment that you need on your home. Isn't that beautiful?
That is absolutely amazing. Okay, so I'm definitely coming back because I want to know more things. Thank you so very much for your time. And I'm going to head on out of here, head on over there, and I'm definitely going to be stopping by again before the 3 days are up.
Make sure you do.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, just a gentle reminder that we are inside of the Montego Bay Conference Center, and we are at the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference Center. Well, the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference Center. Can you imagine the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference? And we are inside of the marketplace, and we are walking, and we are now at Tax Administration of Jamaica, TAJ. And we're speaking with Leslie Ann Robinson. You're not a big boss, don't it?
No, I'm not.
As if. So it's pure lady boss I'm meeting all morning, So I'm like so totally encouraged. So Leslie Ann, what's your position at the TAJ, please?
I'm communications officer.
Then a big boss thing that, man. You tell them what to say. You write them speech and such, All right, so how has it been so far since the marketplace has opened for you?
Well, we can't complain. We've had quite a few persons coming in to do to participate in and also partake of the services that we're offering today. And the services that we're offering today are property tax query and payment, and that's only online payment. We're not doing any cash transactions.
So don't walk with your money, please, no cash.
And there's also limited stamp duty and transfer tax services, TRN application, and general tax information.
All right, lovely. So I'm going to come by again before the week is out to get some more information, because I know that folks in the diaspora definitely want to have more conversation, more information about tax and taxes and all of that good stuff. So Leslie, and thank you for chatting with me for such a brief moment, but I'll be back. We are wrapping inside of the marketplace, and we are going to come back at 2:15 with another plenary coming at you live again from the Montego Bay, the Montego Bay Conference Center. Wrapping this segment, and we will see you again soon.
Basically, I guess because
to the members that, a different perspective, a different spin to what is traditional briefing. And, I went to speak to persons about, self-development, and that they should do that for themselves and not necessarily for the organization. The organization will benefit. There should be, do it for yourself, your own professional pride. And several years after, I met the sergeant who told me that he has just completed his master's in national, I think it was some security-related master's, and indicated that his journey, his academic journey, for that tertiary qualification started at that briefing session. Someone that I really couldn't remember from that time. So some of these things, and I'm sure if you speak with many of my colleagues at this level, they would have impacted a person's life like that. So these are some of the highlights. It's a challenging job, but there is a lot of benefits and reward that comes from it.
I think also, sir, in terms of highlights for me, is the way you've contributed to regional security,
yes,
and major projects in the region.
Certainly. And I just want to say that with respect to Cricket World Cup, again, thank you for reminding me of that. Jamaica itself has contributed so significantly to, at the time, was probably one of the most challenging security feat that we set out to achieve, where we had to secure a region separated by water borders in a way that it operates like a single nation. And so it's easy now in hindsight to say, oh, all we could have done was this. But when nothing existed, that was, and to create something from nothing and stuff. And I must say that Jamaica was extremely significant, and myself in particular played a significant role in that. Today we have two security apparatus in the region, the Regional Intelligence Fusion Center and the Joint Regional Communication Center, which are legacies of that work that we have done. The RIFC looks at intelligence collaboration across the region, and our Joint Regional Communication Center in Barbados looks at border security using advanced passenger information. And I must say, Leila, if I may, that a lot of the, well, a couple of the software systems that they used during that time, and I think still being used today, I personally developed them and contributed them to the effort. So it was indeed a pleasure.
Your appointment, sir, comes with great anticipation. Can I tell you? I think you're aware. Especially with your transformation agenda.
Certainly.
So if you could elaborate on the pillars of this agenda for me, particularly in enhancing crime fighting and national security.
Thank you very much. And I'm particularly happy how you phrased that question, because the High Command has been consistently trying to have persons understand that there's no demarcation between transformation and crime fighting. And so many times questions come to you as, you know, okay, you guys are the transformation guys, I want to talk to the crime fighters, or this is a transformation agenda, then what is crime fighting? Well, they are one and the same. One and the same. It is preparing an organization in order to treat with the challenges. And you know, our security environment in Jamaica is probably one of the most dynamic and complex security environment anywhere. Speak with any sociologists, they will attest to that. And so I like the way you phrase the question. And so in terms of our transformation, it is hinged on three basic pillars: our people, our quality, and our technology, our PQT. And that's our mantra. Now, these are not just some labels. These are areas that were well thought out. And one of the things that we ask ourselves, what are the areas that if we cover those things sufficiently, then we should be where we want to be. And so when we look at our people, so there are two basic elements to our people. One, it is quantity, and the second is quality. And what do I mean? The first thing we set out to do is to ensure that we have the right number of persons required to do the job, right? And so that has informed our recruitment agenda. Many of you, if you pay attention to our social media and stuff like that, you'll see a lot of recruitment going on. We have embarked on one of the most significant recruitment drive over the last couple of years, set ourselves targets that otherwise thought impossible and have actually achieved them every year, including during COVID, when we had social distancing and we have to train people and stuff. So I must credit the recruitment center and our training institution for that. And so we look at so that help us in organizing ourselves around getting the number. And I hope you're following me and see where now the demarcation line is being blurred between transformation and crime fighting, because the people have to be out there on the street to secure the nation. But we don't stop there. We look now at the quality. Now that we have the people, how do we prepare the people? How do we develop the people? Right? And so that takes us home now to some programs around our training institution and how we train our persons. Now we have embarked on a program to seek institution accreditation for National Police College of Jamaica. Right? That is a pretty long journey, but we are making significant strides where that is concerned. But to achieve that, we embark on a number of program accreditation. Some of our programs we have already received accreditation for, and I must say that we boast the only driving school that has achieved institutional accreditation in the region. And thank you. Now, on Thursday, IDLS, which is, I mean, at some point I'll tell you what the acronym means, but it is one of the most prestigious accreditation for police academies, police training institute worldwide. Right? I think we have a little over 300 such police institute academies. Last week, Thursday, we completed an external audit seeking accreditation for IDLS. And we have been recommended for accreditation for IDLS, making us 24 of the over 300 institutions to ever achieve that. A number of our programs that we deliver at our training institution, like our basic training, we are on the journey of accrediting those at the level of associate degrees, bachelor's degrees for in-service training, and master's degrees for supervisory training. And as we speak now, we have a pilot with the University of Delaware State University so we delivered, traditionally we deliver the highest level police training in the region, which is our strategic command course. But were we satisfied and comfortable? No. And so now what we're doing, we're building on that. And so in doing so, we have this pilot with the Delaware State University offering an MBA in police executive leadership. And we have over 30 persons on that program now. The idea is to learn, extract from that, and develop our own so that we can sustain that. So that is a program that is taking place now at the highest level and things. So with respect to developing our people from the quality side, we're still on people. How much time do I have? We're still on people, but in terms of developing our people from the quality side, that is it. But then with respect to people, we look at our facilities, the place from which we have our members operate. Right? Over the past couple of years, we have completed over 160 construction projects, both between brand new construction and renovation. We have done significant research in designing police facilities, and we have taken nothing for granted. We even include things like colors and how it impacts people's feeling, because people who usually come to us at the police stations most times have experienced some traumatic situation, and so colors have significant role in that. In terms of how we arrange our space, privacy for persons to come and report and stuff like that. So we have templates for all our police stations that we have researched, designed, and all 160 facilities, some more than others, because from when we're building brand new facilities, we have greater opportunity. But there are times when we're retrofitting one, and so the basic minimum must be there, but we probably won't get a chance to do it as we. So that's where we're going, and so that's the first pillar of our transformation. The second pillar, our quality, which is our quality management system. And so what this is, it is the system that we have, the processes within that system that deliver the services to our public. And so our quality management system is around the consistent high quality service delivery. Now we develop the system, we outline the processes, we do all of that, and we deliver the service. I must tell you, the Jamaica Constabulary Force I don't know that there's a second organization or entity in Jamaica that delivers more services than the Jamaica Constabulary Force, way beyond what traditional policing deliver. And so we deliver the services at a consistently high level. But we could have stopped there. We could have been satisfied with where we are and stuff. But what we've done is we did the unthinkable. We expose ourselves to the rigors of the leading certification body, the standardization and certification body probably in the world, which is ISO, the International Organization of Standardization. And so we embarked on an ISO 9001 journey to certify our services on our sites. And I must say we are in the final of the 3-year certification. 3 years ago, we were certified ISO 9001, and that makes us, I think, one of 4 police organizations in this side of the world to be certified ISO 9001. Right? And so when you certify, when you go ISO 9001, you scope your project based on the sites that you certify, because we're a large organization, but also the services that you deliver. We deliver over 21 services. We scope it to the number of services that we want under the scope and the number of sites. And I must say, again, we were not satisfied with just being certified with a scope. Our journey and our intention is to certify every police station right across the country. It has never been undertaken anywhere, whether it's in policing or any other industry, a scope the size of this. On Friday, we completed an audit, our external audit for expansion of our scope and also surveillance. Because once you're ISO 9001 certified, you go through surveillance every year to ensure that it's just not an event, but also each time we include additional sites, which imposes on us a lot more demand and rigors. And we tripled the number of sites we had under our scope and have been recommended for certification of those additional sites last Friday. And so this is where we're going with our quality management. And technology, I know I've been here for a while, so I'm going to just briefly say that significant investment has been made in our technology infrastructure, setting up our back end and stuff like that. I think we probably are the envy, not probably, we are the envy of the Caribbean in terms of our technology outlay and our use of technology. Thank you. And I must say, not only do we acquire technological tools and infrastructure, our people are among some of the best technology. Much of our infrastructure, we maintain them. Much of our software and services delivered by technology, we build them. And so we have probably the largest technology firm in Jamaica right now, our technology branch and stuff. So those 3 pillars, we believe that if we get all these things right, then we shall be way on our journey of transformation.
Wow, that's excellent news. Can I get a round of applause? So I know, Commissioner, that one of the initiatives under your leadership is a plan to secure Jamaica. And I know technology is a big part of that, but could you give us some more insight into what Plan Secure Jamaica entails and what are the objectives?
Excellent. Whilst I'm tempted to take credit for Plan Secure Jamaica under my leadership, it goes way beyond the Jamaica Constabulary Force. It goes beyond me. Plan Secure Jamaica is actually a government-wide plan looking at all aspects of security and an investment in security. And it dates back a couple of years, maybe about 6 years and stuff. It includes 4 basic pillars. It looks at crime reduction. It also involves border security. The 3rd pillar is around cyber defense and cyber intelligence. And then the final pillar is around technology. And so much of the areas on the Plan Secure Jamaica, much of what I'm telling you about now, it is within the remit of the JCF's responsibility in pursuit of that. But entities like the Jamaica Defense Force also comes under that, and with respect to border security, we have seen significant investment within in looking at shoring up our maritime security apparatus. They have benefited from that. Coming out of that is things like our cyber academy that exists within the JDF. And the idea is to optimize on resource. And so rather than each agency of the state between MOCA, JCF, JDF have their own silo capability, what we do, we build capability that serves security in the region, and that's the whole idea of it. And so, so we do our handshake. So the Cyber Academy at the JDF is not to train JDF persons only, but for cyber defense and cyber intelligence and stuff. So in a sense, it's a huge project, significant expenditure, and I must say, particularly where the JCF is concerned, we have been progressing quite well in the areas in Plan Secure Jamaica that we are responsible for.
Excellent, excellent. I did say in your introduction that you've gone 100 days as commissioner, and I'm listening to you, and quite a bit has been achieved, sir, and I think you have enjoyed quite a bit of success since you've been in those 100 days. What have been some of the challenges?
Police in Jamaica is a challenge. It is difficult, but that's what we're here for, right? The ordinary do the difficult, police do the impossible. And so there are challenges. We look at challenges as opportunity. But one of the most significant challenge is changing the narrative. Changing the narrative. We have made extensive effort many times sitting with persons who carry and educate our public. And after such enlightened discussion, the result of what you hear, you wonder if your communication was not effective and stuff. So there is a narrative out there that really doesn't describe who we are. Of course, we see things that are unfortunate, and that is why we have to be very, very forceful when it comes to protecting our goodwill and our image. A single incident sometimes characterizes the force itself, and it takes away from the true narrative. And it's significant, particularly with the diaspora, because, I know the diaspora, and I must say I really appreciate the interest that the Jamaica diaspora has in Jamaica. The pride that we see when persons here, and they always want to help, and so people always come to you and, how can we help and stuff like that. I believe that for us to craft a credible solution, we must properly define the problem. Else you throw resources unnecessarily at things which are not problem. No, the challenge we have is that when the narrative doesn't fit the reality, then the support that you get. And so with all of that explained around technology, I've had persons call me and say that they know an office getting rid of some computers, and they know that JCF don't really have those things, so can we send you some old computers and stuff. Now, if the narrative about who we are was changed, then the offer of support would be, consistent. Of course, we're not perfect. A lot of areas that we see that we can improve on. And even whilst we're ISO 9001 certified, up to this morning, I've had reason to have dialogue with members that their actions that are inconsistent with our quality management system. So you're going to have that. We have over 15,000 persons in the organization. You're going to find elements. So the challenge is, how do we have persons understand the organization as we understand it? All right? That's one of the biggest challenges, communication. And so, as I said before earlier, we look at challenges as opportunity. And so one of the opportunities we seize from that is improving our communication. improving the discussion, the dialogue. And as a result of that, last year we won the Media Marketing Award in the entire Jamaica, our JCF, led by our Constable Communication Unit. And so the conversation has started. Our social media sites have been active. We go out and have discussion with our members and our wider public in order to, improve the information that is out there. But it's in addition to the external narratives, sometimes it's so overwhelming that our own members sometimes believe. And so one of the first order of business for me is to improve that internal communication. And so I've been out there on the street with my team, speaking with every available police at various conferences and forums. We introduced a corner and a column in our force orders where we take the opportunity to have dialogue with our members, speaking to them about rationale, what thinking went behind some decisions that we've taken at the High Command, invite feedback from them. We have had proposals being sent to us, and persons see those proposals undergo significant discussion and become policies, knowing that it came from them, and so that, bring them on board with what you're doing and stuff like that. So, this is how these are some of the major challenges, and this is how we try to turn the lemon into lemonade.
Absolutely. If you've ever seen Wanted Wednesday, put up your hand. I know. It's one of their effective communication campaigns, and I love it. We have to go, Commissioner. They've given us the wrap-up, but I have to ask you, what can the diaspora do? Okay, great. So you heard the challenges. One of the first things we want is we need the diaspora to assist us in dispelling that, just a communication. What message do we carry? It's a powerful group. I have friends in the diaspora. I travel sometimes, and when I hear a description of Jamaica and the organization, I wonder if it's the same person I'm going back and stuff. So we need to help in doing that. But also, we always say as an organization, the best way to help the police is to help the communities that we police. All right? And so if the support for the community, if the community infrastructure that should be there is there, then it makes our job that much easier. And that's why we deliver so many services, because of some void that we have to fill as police officers. And so I want to point you to the STAR project, the Social Transformation and Renewal Project, STAR. Now, we are as part of STAR as any other entity. STAR was born out of a discussion with the private sector organization of Jamaica and the Jamaica Constabulary Force High Command in looking at the very same question that you asked: how can the private sector assist us? All right? And in deliberating and in discussion, we decided collectively that the best way to help the police, rather than painting a station and stuff like that, is to help the community that we police. And that's how STAR was born. All right? I co-chair the oversight board with Sir Keith Duncan. Both of us share the oversight board, but it has been working wonders. It's a significant, very, very impressive program. One of the elements of the STAR project that is profound is that we do not impose solution to communities. What we do, there's a session where we engage communities to identify their own problems, create a facilitating environment so that the solutions for those problems are derived from the communities, and then we help them to build community project. And so, thank you. And so they develop their community plans, and we help them in executing those plans. There's one element in the STAR project that the JCF consistently insists on, and it is leaving tangible benefits in that social intervention in that community. Too often we have had social intervention where most of the funds and all of that resource goes to administrative costs, training some people and leave. We insist that there must be economic
viability. And it doesn't have to be finding jobs for persons, but also creating entrepreneurial opportunities. And so there's an entire arm of STAR that looks at economic development, job creation, and stuff like that, and we insist on that. And it has been working wonders. So I invite members of the diaspora. Right? I'd ask Keith and Safri to just send me a list of things. So I have not an exhaustive list, I think about 7 or 8 items that they send me where I see support can be given. I won't go through all of them. I'll make it's a 1-pager. I'll make it available daily, where we can share with members of the diaspora. And it involves things like community center, building community center, creating a space for children when they leave school in some inner city communities and some areas where parents may not be available at that time. They may be at work and stuff like that. And you come from school into the community, even after significant investment in training and developing persons in school, then they come and they're in the community. We, the police, competing with the gangsters for the hearts and minds of these children. We need them to be in places where they are secure, where we can, on behalf of the parents who are not be available at the time, probably have to be holding down 2 jobs and stuff like that. And so we're looking at community centers, building out facilities within the community where we get persons to help people with children with homework, get them occupied, free, just remove that space and remove that space that criminals try and to recruit children into these things. And so this is one area I think we would welcome support. And I will be I've been invited to do a town hall meeting in Broward for persons who are in Florida or southern part of the U.S. I really hope that you can be there, where we can explore a lot more some of these PQT and where we're going and stuff like that. And I must warn you, it's a 2.5-hour presentation, and so you'd have to be able to tolerate that. But it's going to be a good opportunity. I look forward to speak to members of the diaspora on a more intimate basis in the different areas and stuff, and there we can emerge some strategies that we can develop together.
All right, I want to thank you, Dr. Blake. I know I've kept you longer than you should be here, so may we have a round of applause for our commissioner?
Thank you very much,
Dr. Blake. Our plenary session will also be addressing issues of security, and so after that session, we will take the questions from the audience. So we move into achieving lasting peace and citizen security in partnership with the diaspora. We'll be highlighting innovative initiatives and technological solutions aimed at overcoming long-standing barriers to peace and citizen security in Jamaican communities. The expert panel will be comprised of Mr. Fitz-Bailey, OD, MSc, ASC, Deputy Commissioner of Police. Mr. Delroy Simpson, Chief Technical Director, the Ministry of National Security. I also like to welcome Ms. Shauna Trowers, Chief Technical Director of the Ministry of National Security. Mr. Kevin Juna, Sector Lead for Peace, Citizen Security. And this session will be moderated by Mrs. Elaine Oxamendi-Visay, Head Corporate Services Division, Ministry of National Security.
We acknowledge the Commissioner of Police, ministers, senators, permanent secretaries, senior technical officers in the Ministry of National Security, members of the diaspora, panelists, the media, and all other stakeholders. Welcome to this signature event and the 10th staging of the Diaspora Conference. This afternoon, our attention turns to a burning topic, that of security, one which we can agree from the onset that there is no silver bullet. Today, seated for this plenary, which is poised to be intense, deliberate, and purposeful, as we interrogate the issue of achieving lasting peace and citizen security in partnership with the diaspora, we have Deputy Commissioner of Police Fitz Bailey, a stalwart in crime fighting and an architect for implementing strategies that has led to the downward trend in murders. Sharing on stage is Mr. Kevin Jr., a decorated military strategist, a man of the soil who served in the Canadian Forces and was deployed as a senior military advisor to the Republic of Sierra Leone, Armed Forces, and Jordan. A retired senior military advisor, he now serves as superintendent with the Ministry of Corrections in Ontario. Representing the Ministry of National Security, we have two chief technical directors. As we balance the gender equation, we have with us Ms. Shauna Trowers, a policymaker who has developed anti-crime strategies and that steers the youth away from a life of crime and to more lucrative alternative economic activities. Ms. Trowers is an ideator and has been tasked and has, I would say, managed tremendously the case management program that is within the Ministry of National Security. And we can agree that the case management program that Ms. Trowers has implemented has been reaping tremendous success. Rounding out the panelists is Mr. Delroy Simpson, a consummate strategist, a seasoned civil servant who has brought to fruition several construction and technology projects valued of billions of dollars. Mr. Simpson is what we say is a brand name in the affairs of law enforcement, and he is known for getting things done. To set the tone, ladies and gentlemen, we will ask each panelist to set their tone, their raison d'etre, as to why they are here, what they're doing, their contribution. After their 5 minutes has expired, I will ask one question just to get you in the groove of asking questions. And we anticipate that this is something that you will be doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Elaine Oxamendivise, and it is my pleasure to host this plenary. DCP Fitz Bailey, your 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me say good afternoon to everyone and to my fellow panelists. Crime is not a police problem, but a societal problem. And there are many root causes that have been identified for the proliferation of crime within our country. And we could drill down on a number of them, such as the socio-economic factors. We can look at social inequity, family dynamics, and community environment. Look at the family structure, which is so important. Community influence, cultural factors, policy and legal framework, among other issues. And so crime is a very complex problem that cannot be effectively addressed by policing alone. In fact, as we look at crime, we have to look at not only enforcement, but we have to look at prevention. So crime control and prevention is very critical. Law enforcement can respond to and deter criminal activities, but lasting solutions require addressing the root causes of crime embedded in societal structures. This necessitates a holistic approach involving a number of things: economic development, education, social services, and community engagement. I would just umbrella everything by saying that there needs to be a joined-up approach in treating with crime. By tackling the broader social issues that contribute to criminal behavior, society can create an environment where crime is less likely to occur. There are a number of things that we have embarked on in trying to address this problem of crime. We look at the legal framework. We have significant legislation that was enacted to support the police activity. We have an anti-gang strategy that was developed that looked at disruption, looked at diversion, looked at dismantling of gangs. And we have been embarking on a number of those activities. We have also looked at community engagement, which is so critical as we seek to address the issue of crime. So as we discuss this matter, we hope that some of these will be drilled down into in more detail. Thank you.
We hear from our military strategist, Kevin Juno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Moderator. I'm blessed and humbled to be sitting with the distinguished panel. Growing up in Jamaica as a child, it was made very clear to me that if I did anything wrong, living with my grandmother, she would correct me. If I was on the street and a neighbor or a friend saw me, they would correct me on the street, and then I'd go home and I'd be corrected again by my grandmother. As the DCP said, crime is not a police issue, it's a community issue. And because my family and extended family at the time corrected me, then it minimized the impact of crime on me and the potential for me to be engaged in crime. I was blessed to move to Canada when I was 10, and having the opportunity to learn a number of things. I eventually joined the military, and as I progressed through the rank, I was blessed to be at very senior levels and deployed to a couple of countries where my job was to build the capacity within the military. You've heard of the movie Blood Diamond. I went to Sierra Leone just after that to help to rebuild their military, build their capacity as a war-fighting organization. When the Queen Mom turned 100 years old, we went to Buckingham Palace. And my daughter, at 9 years old, she said, "Daddy, we're not rich, but we have access to privilege." And I want to emphasize the access to privilege. Because of my training, because of my upbringing, I have access to privilege, and sitting on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, it allows me to use my access to privilege to help, to come back to my early beginnings, to give back to Jamaica. And in that, I listened to the commissioners speak, I listened to the deputy commissioner speak, and my role in this position is to make sure that the resources that we can galvanize throughout the diaspora would be able to bring in to Jamaica so that we can support and build the capacity here at home so that as we fight crime and violence, we can do it together using what you have and the access that I have to privilege. God bless you.
We're setting the stage. We are setting the stage. We're hearing that crime is not a police matter, it's a community matter. We're hearing that when you're corrected by your grandmother and your mother, these things actually help us in life. Not too sure how that works now with the young children because there's a lot of talking back. So we're going to turn our attention now to Chief Technical Director Shauna Trowers, who has developed the Youth at Risk program, been reaping good successes, and hear how she's doing it on the ground. CTD Towers.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to share the sentiments of my colleagues here with me. So I would hate to have to echo again that crime is complex. But one of the things that I think Kevin said was the issue of access. So as we look at the whole issue of crime, we actually had to look at what are some of the social, cultural, and economic determinants of crime. Now, sometimes we think that crime is the same as violence. They're actually separated, but they're linked. And so the core of violence we recognized was at the base of crime, and we needed to get to the root of it. So we're really looking at sociocultural norms. And as our moderator spoke to, we had to look at, there's one aspect of crime management that is hard policing, but there's crime prevention that looks at how do we stem the upsurge of gangs? How do we cut off the funnel for the young people to join the gangs? And so now we have to really dig deeper into the sociocultural norms. And one thing we recognize is that most of our young, unattached youth needed a sense of belonging. And what does that mean? And I think that Kevin alluded to it. We had to now see what was happening with the individual, what happened with the family, what is happening at the community level, that then we saw the groundswell of crime at the nation or the national level. And so the case management methodology really built on what our commissioner spoke to, the plan secure, citizen security being at the center, citizen security centered, looking at the most vulnerable and volatile, looking at certain communities, and really targeting to ensure that there is access, because access also determines, because crime has an economic variable. And so we focus on the youth cohort, working with the Ministry of Education, working with our other partners, looking for those who, through the school system, we identify that have challenges, that may have adverse childhood experiences, post-traumatic stress disorder, things that propel them to become violence producers. And our aim in this methodology is to address it before it becomes a crime management issue. And so the continuum of crime, the crime plan is one that, as prevention gives rise to management, it then gives rise to greater prevention. Our focus is not only retributive justice, but looking at rehabilitation, reintegration, trying to catch persons before they even go to crime, really building on that concept of the Jamaica that we once had. And so we really are focusing through crime prevention on our strategies, the case management methodology, the integrated approach to those that are most vulnerable.
We're guessing this story, and I hope you have your questions lining up as we hear from Chief Technical Director Delroy Simpson as he tells us what has been happening with our tax dollar.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're hearing from my colleagues here that the multi-dimensional nature of the crime problem requires an integrated, multifaceted, and sustained response. And that response includes at least 3 pillars: strengthening the legislative framework to target serious crimes; 2, reimagining the approach to social intervention. We're talking about social investment now. Enhancing the capacity of law enforcement to respond more effectively. So I call this institutional strengthening, and that will be the basis of my contributions here today. Now, it's known that the JCF is our primary law enforcement agency, and they were experiencing severe institutional challenges. We're talking about badly deteriorated policing infrastructure, limited use of technology, manual policing processes, challenges in terms of manpower and mobility. An island-wide assessment of police stations in 2018 indicated that 150 of 213 police stations were in advanced states of disrepair. It got worse. 15 stations were irreparable. And so in response, the ministry launched what we call Project ROCK, Rebuild, Overhaul, and Construct. And we also formed strategic partnerships with the NHT and JC, because the problem was so grave. And since then, I'm pleased to report that 148 major renovation projects have been completed at a cost of just over $2 billion. We remain on track to complete the construction of 9 stations at a cost of $1.3 billion by the end of this financial year. 5 new stations are currently going through the public investment process, and works have commenced on 2 mega facilities in the Westmoreland and the St. Catherine North divisional headquarters, cumulatively valuing $5 billion. Doesn't stop there. Specialized Operations West in Montego Hills, that is currently going through the public investment process, and that project, the price tag on that is $10 billion. Another major investment is the construction of a state-of-the-art forensic pathology autopsy suite at a cost of $650 million, and this is now at 98% completion. So cumulatively, in terms of the investment in the physical infrastructure, we're looking at $19.3 billion. Now, the investment in technology, Commissioner spoke to it, and he's a very hard act to follow, but I will try to see if I can add anything. The investment in technology has been very significant. The tech build-out was outlined in an e-policing strategy that was approved by Cabinet in 2018. In the interest of time, I will focus on some of the major areas. In terms of CCTV surveillance, Jamaica Eye was launched in 2018, and since then, some 900 cameras have been installed on the network. By the end of this financial year, another 350 cameras will be added, taking the total to over 1,000, an investment of $1.7 billion. Another area of focus is the traffic ticketing management system. The ministry has introduced e-ticketing, which allows for the gradual replacement of the ticket. To date, some 3,850 sets of e-ticketing devices have been deployed within the JCF, and a new ticket information management system has been developed. The investment, again, is just over $1 billion. A station records management system has been implemented in 28 stations so far. The goal is to eventually replace that big book, the station diary. The JCF has to communicate efficiently and securely because that is indispensable to effective policing. Thus, the communications networks was another major area of focus. I'm talking about the radio network, the computer-aided dispatch system, and the microwave system. A total of 63 sites are now connected to the microwave. The total investment there is $1.5 billion. And finally, improved communication networks have to be complemented by adequate mobility in order to improve the responsiveness of the police. So some 1,437 vehicles at a cost of just under $4.6 billion have been delivered to the JCF, significantly boosting the force's response capability in the process. So what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is a sort of our crime situation would be akin to Goliath. And we have a JCF that is our David, but you can't send David into battle with the proverbial sling and a few stones. We have to give them way more than that. And that's what the ministry has been doing. Thank you.
So we're hearing of the David and Goliath, and we're on the winning side. Where's the David that is taking down the crime monster called Goliath? How are we doing it? Close to $30 billion have been put towards infrastructure as well as technology to improve crime fighting, to also ensure that there is law and order. We're hearing that there is a crime prevention and a crime management strategy that is at play. And this is targeting youth at risk. And we are supporting them through a well-organized case management system. We're getting our assistance and assurance through the diaspora. We have a military strategist who can guide a process. And we have, of course, the architects of the crime strategy as a part of the machinery of the Ministry of National Security. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really tax dollar at work. I'm seeing that we have 3 questions lined up. Questioners, 4.
Right, so we're going to try and take as many questions as possible. Can
Certainly.
I ask all members of the audience to keep your questions brief? Likewise, in responding panelists, if you could also be equally brief, then that'd be great, so we can get through as many questions as possible. Okay, so moderator will start on the right, and then left,
Yes.
right. Maybe 2 questions, and then the panel.
Okay, so questioners, I'm going to ask you to frame your questions in such a way that the panelists can do the immediate takeaway. You're at the mic on the right. Please give us your name and where you're from, and we will go in that order.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Rogers. I'm from Sablamar, and I'm a returning resident from Canada after 47 years. So
welcome home.
My comments will bear some of my lived experience. I am of the opinion, Madam Moderator, and I'm hoping that the Commissioner will be able to answer this question. The carnage on our streets, and I emphasize carnage, I firmly believe is as a direct result of speeding and, I want to say dangerous driving, but horrible driving. And if we don't make some significant changes, we're going to continue to kill people on these streets. Now, I realize, Mr. Commissioner, that in order to make a transformational change in an area like this, using your words, we need, number 1, either reallocating of existing resources or allocation of new resources. And I would implore the political leaders to please support this initiative. So, sir, my question is, could you give us your assessment of my thoughts of this correlation? And I must say that from my observation 2 years back home, traffic enforcement on this island is woefully inadequate. How might you and the senior leadership tackle this problem, sir? And we want to support you in every way we can.
Very good question, George Rogers, living in SAB 47 years back. Commissioner, may I invite you to the podium?
Commissioner, let me see if I can give you this microphone.
A long question about traffic and carnage.
Certainly, may I stay here?
Sure, certainly, Commissioner.
So I do agree with you in terms of the disorder on the road. Unfortunately, there's a legacy over the years that we're suffering from today. So in the past, we have had weak legislation in terms of penalties for breaches of the Road Traffic Act. I must say that has been strengthened significantly. We have had a new Road Traffic Act. Unfortunately, though, the regulation took some time, but it is here now. The challenge, though, is that it takes time for that to actually be effective, and for persons who are accustomed to a particular subculture to realize that there's a change. And people are seeing it, right? Things like suspension of driver's license. Some people won't realize the impact of that until 3 years' time when their driver's license requires to be renewed, and they realize that because of their behavior, that cannot be renewed. So you'll find some changes. Persons you've seen changes with are persons who are now trying to renew their driver's license and realize that the tickets that they have outstanding is impacting that, and so that will impact behavior. There's a theory called the rational choice theory, and it says that if someone is motivated enough to do something, as long as the reward outweighs the consequence, then they will do it. Unfortunately, over the years, our consequence was not as severe enough. And so the very same people, when they come in the countries that you diaspora people live, they drive differently. So we talk about enforcement, and many times we point finger on the police, and we accept any responsibility with public safety. But we also need to understand the entire ecosystem, especially when it comes to road traffic and public order. The police have but one responsibility and an authority, and that is to detect the breach and prosecute. I'm going to give you some statistics. We prosecute, in detecting the breach, all we can do is issue traffic ticket or persons to appear in court, and that has to be done with a justice of the peace. And so people say, why the police don't enforce? Why the police? Well, we can issue a traffic ticket, right? Well, let me tell you, we have issued more traffic ticket per capita than any states in the United States every single year. Wyoming is one of those states, is known for its severity when it comes to traffic fines, and you know the Carolinas. We issue, in 1 year when we pull the statistics, we issue twice as many per capita in Jamaica, without cameras, but just by people writing traffic ticket. When we had paper, now we have electronic, means we cut the time from 5 minutes to 5 to less than a minute sometimes to issue a traffic ticket. And so since then, even that statistics that I tell you about then is way beyond that. But then guess what? We're coming off a system where a person could have 1,000 tickets. What does 1,001, what that one additional ticket going to do to change that behavior? Very little. All right? Not passing the buck, because there's a lot more we can do. And as we speak, there is an operation, I won't go into the detail of it, that will look specifically at that. And so, but we need more than that. We need sustainable solution. It can't be a reactive thing where every problem we just throw police at the problem, right? We probably are the only country that consistently have to have police at traffic signal, working traffic signals, just so that people behave. We need enforcement. We need legislation. Well, the legislation is here. Give it some time, and people will start see the severity of that. But the emotion that it invokes in you, don't multiply that by 2, and that is our emotion as police officers. Because we have a responsibility, and because we are citizens and use the same roads that these persons drive on. But things are going to get better.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So we will take the questions right, left in that order. I will encourage our questioners to reframe so that they're pointed, and for our panelists and respondents to respond pointedly. I see we have almost 10 persons, and we'd like to get through all 10 and have their voices heard. Madam, please, your name and state.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia. I reside in New York, but I'm just Jamaican. This question represents my mom, who's 80 years old, and too many like her who would like to return to Jamaica to live, but honestly are too afraid. What specifically could you say to her to make her feel comfortable and safe? The second question is for me. Systemic racism plagues the United States policing. Black people are disproportionately targeted and murdered. Why then would JA want its police officers to be trained and to be educated by the University of Delaware? Why not look to Scotland or to the Netherlands, which has a more effective and compassionate way of dealing with criminals? Thank you.
Very good questions, very good questions.
Maybe the first one could go to Mr. Fitzbailey.
Yes.
Why should her 80-year-old mom not be afraid to return to Jamaica?
I can take the second. I think the commissioner in his deliberation gave a very comprehensive reason based on the pathway that we are taking. But when you look at our crime rate, we are seeing a significant reduction in crime. In fact, in 2018, we had gang murder being about over 80% of our murder were gang related. Currently, that has been reduced to about 63. So the strategy that we have embarked on as a law enforcement body is working. Jamaica on a whole is safe. In fact, our crime rate is concentrated in some specific defined area. I don't want to use the term, in the inner city area. So the majority of Jamaica is actually safe. And based on this, the plans that we have and what we see in terms of the implementation of the strategy, I believe that Jamaica is the right place to live. And crime is everywhere. And I don't think in terms of the current, I remember the days gone by when our crime rate was way in the 60 per 100,000. Now we are going way down. We're about 30, in the high 30. And based on the plans that we have, for instance, this year, we are seeing an overall reduction in murder by about 10%. And we have a plan based on the plan that we have, which I don't want to say much about. We are expecting to see a significant reduction by the end of this year. So I will say to our grandmother who wants to come to Jamaica, Jamaica is safe. And when we look at the crimes that are being committed and the persons who are mostly victims of crime are within the 27, the majority of those victims are within that age group, 27 age group. And in fact, most of the murders, when you attribute them, they are linked to persons who are in conflict with each other. So I think generally, the general citizenry in this country is safe. Intergang and intragang conflicts are the causes of the majority of the murders in Jamaica.
Okay, so we're hearing that we have a plan for a plan, that we cannot share that plan right now. But the evidence is crime is going down. Murders going down.
There was a second question as to
There is a second question, and Kevin Jr. will take it. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. But I think CTD Simpson wanted to lend support to what was being said by
Thank you.
DCT.
So we're seeing murders going down, but also other categories of major crimes. So rapes, assault, robbery, all of those have been trending down for a long period of time. And so we're happy now to hear from the JCF's perspective that murder, which is what gives us great concern, is also moving in the right direction.
I just want to make a final comment on this. Never in the history of Jamaica we have seen so many gang members, persons who are called influencers of crime, are now in prison. 5-10 years ago, you'd have heard of conflict with police and engagement, and our investigative process have improved significantly. All the top gangsters in this country are in prison behind bars. Commissioner spoke about capacity building, and it's through capacity building, investigative training, and the use of technology while we are seeing the result that we are seeing.
Crime prevention, crime management working. Kevin Jr., Delaware.
And it's interesting that you've identified that racism is prevalent, and it is. But within the training environment, there are two things that we train in. We train in technical competencies and behavioral competencies, right? Behavioral competencies speak to the way that somebody behaves, some of their values that they've learned over years. The training that will be delivered to the police will be technical training, because there are processes that the organization there has that we don't have here. So the commissioner spoke about it, and I spoke about building capacity. So building capacities around their technical skills to be able to perform the job, not the behavior that you see from that officer in Delaware that will demonstrate racism. That's not the piece that we're going to be looking at. I'm here with my mug that says live good, right? And as I said, live good. As a Jamaican, I know that the way that I'm going to treat the person that is beside me is because I want to live good with that person. So racism there is an issue. We're not asking Delaware to come here to teach us racism. We're asking them to come here to teach us the technical competencies of being an effective and successful police force, which is very different to be managed.
So, the long and short of it is, grandmother can come home. We acknowledge Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. Thank you so much for joining this plenary. The gentleman on my right, sir, your name and state.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Leo Gilling, and I was just crossing the path a while ago listening to Commissioner Blake, and then I heard a question, how can the diaspora help? And the Commissioner's response was something to the effect, and I can't quote him directly, for the diaspora to concentrate on communities and uplift communities, and also, not just to paint the police stations, but to help in youth clubs and so forth, to help youth and mothers. I guess this is what he's saying. But I wanted to verify does that mean that you're excluding diaspora's help directly to the police department? That's one. And then two, because I know there are many skilled social scientists across the globe who are Jamaicans, who are very good in conducting evaluation studies, qualitative studies, quantitative studies, and all kinds of studies to find solutions that can be recommended for policy. It doesn't have to policy delivery. It doesn't necessarily mean painting. So I just wanted to verify, what did he mean by this is the way that the diaspora can help? And are you excluding help from the diaspora directly to the police department?
That is an outstanding question, sir. Over the years, the diaspora has been very well engaged in supporting the law enforcement, crime fighting in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, I can give you an example where just recently a consulting firm in Jamaica led the review of the correctional system here in Jamaica. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't all done here, but the diaspora was engaged in doing that review. So we had the leadership here from a consulting firm. 3 of the experts from the diaspora came to Jamaica to help to do that review, submitted the report, and the new draft policy that's coming out include the majority of the recommendation from that. I think we need from the diaspora, and it's a hard lesson to learn and a hard pill to swallow, we need a paradigm shift in the diaspora in which we think that we've got all the answers and we're going to come and tell you what to do. What we need to do is to, and we've started the conversation, is to identify the priorities here in Jamaica. What are the crime issues that the law enforcement want to work on, And once we have those priorities, then the subject matter experts in the diaspora can say, I'm willing to support. And when you're willing to support, then you'll be brought to the table, sit at the table where you can talk with the commissioner's team or corrections team or the military team. And from there, we can develop a proper strategy to be able to move forward. And it's not just us saying that we're going to go. Now, I just want to add one last thing before I sum this up. When I was deployed to Africa, and I spoke to the general that was there, he said, Kevin, I'm sick and tired of you people coming here to tell us what you're going to do for us. Ask us what we need, and then help us to accomplish that. So as a diaspora, we have some very qualified people out there, but it doesn't matter our qualification if we're not coming in and do what the government has mandated and what law enforcement agency has been mandated to do.
We have started the conversation. We have started the conversation.
Bruce Barclay, retired JDF Colonel. In support of Commissioner Bailey, Deputy Commissioner Bailey, I live in Coral Springs, 2 weeks for the month and 2 weeks in Vineyard Town. And I sleep in Coral Springs. I lock my front door and back door. In Vineyard Town, I leave my front door open. It is safe in Jamaica. Questions, quickly. Arena Expo, is it going to be annual? 1, 2, if a diaspora non-profit fund is set up for the police force, will you accept the contributions of a minimum of $10 per annum per Jamaican in the diaspora towards your policing effort? A non-profit diaspora fund. I proposed this 6 years ago in New York. JN President Earl Jarrett took the first $50 to the JN program and it never went anywhere. I'm asking if we donate money, non-profit, to the police for policing in Jamaica, will you accept it? Thirdly, is there consideration for a diaspora intelligence agency? And finally, can the duty on CCTV be removed? I paid 100% duty on some CCTV cameras, which were used in a murder to help murder investigation on Sackville Road in Vineyard Town when the police were trying to find answers. Can we remove the 100% duty on CCTV so we can help the crime fighter? Thank you.
Very good questions. Commissioner.
Thank you very much. The question before this, I'm very happy it was raised, lest anyone leave here, because I take responsibility for the message I sent, and lest anyone leave here thinking that's what I was saying. I'm very happy it was highlighted, and it was quite eloquently addressed by the panelists. And so I'm happy for that. There are so many questions, Bruce. Don't go yet. You may have to remind me of some of the questions.
Commissioner, he asked if the expo will be annual.
Sorry?
The expo.
Oh, the expo.
Will it be annual?
We would love for it to be annual. But if it was annual, we would have had one this year, which we can't at this point. And so we're pushing to have one next year. You know?
Is funding the issue?
Sorry? No, not yet. There's a lot of things going on. A lot of things going on. And the expo, it required significant effort. As we continue, we'll get better at it, and it will be much, much easier. So we anticipate one next year. In terms of funding, bear in mind that we're constrained as a law enforcement organization. While it's an excellent idea, that is something I would want to direct to the ministry. And I'm sure there's a way that can be worked out rather than direct funding coming to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, because we have a protocol that we're guided by and stuff. But in terms of diaspora support, we have, as you rightfully said, Kevin, we have a long history of working with the diaspora for quality type support, consultation, stuff like that. One of the key elements in our strategy is stakeholder engagement. And that's why I mentioned that, I was rambling on for a while, so I couldn't go in detail in many things. But when I spoke about the town hall meetings and the direct communication and deriving strategies from that, it is in view also in looking at how we can collaborate to support. I mentioned painting of a station and handing down of some computers. We know sometimes, for the point I'm making is that, as I said before, the problem has to be carefully defined before. When we spend $11 billion in technology infrastructure, you want to know that before you determine that a computer that is no longer useful for a company can work with a JCF. That's the point I'm making. Understand us, and so we can have meaningful collaboration and support. Thank you very much.
There was a question perhaps for the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade on removing the duty from CCTV equipment. Finance?
Yes.
Okay. Minister, we're going to get you a mic. Courtney?
Thanks. So confirming that that's the Ministry of Finance that's responsible for tax policy. And I want it to be...
Do you have a position on it though, Minister?
Well, these matters continue to be reviewed. And certainly incentives to import technology that is supportive of any element of national development is certainly something to be considered. But I do want to emphasize that we are where we are economically because of very carefully calibrated tax policy as part of the macroeconomic reform that has taken place. So it's not every benefit that seems like a cost benefit would necessarily manifest itself in a balanced approach. It is an issue that's being considered in the same way removal of GCT for renewable energy, meaning anything that's positive, you consider how you incentivize and if you can effectively incentivize through tax policy. CCTVs would be a matter to be considered as well, but it is not an immediate agenda item.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
And so there was another one on Diaspora Intelligence Agency, but I'm going to ask the question if you could catch the Minister, the Commissioner afterwards. Madam Chair, we can take the next question.
Thank you so much. Madam.
Hi, my name is Asha Richards. I serve as chair of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council and hailing from New York. And my question is in regard to measures for preventative crime measures. So, especially in regards to vulnerable at-risk youth, particularly young men, especially in inner cities and increasingly in like Savor and Montego Bay, you have increasing youth that are affected by violent crime. Whether they have witnessed violent crime, they know someone that might have been affected or unfortunately murdered. These can have effects on their psyche, on their own mental health. And also, as aforementioned, a lot of the crime that we see, violent crime that we see happening now is in regards to reprisals, personal conflicts, and sometimes between partners and spouses. So in regards to crime, as aforementioned, it is a very complex issue to tackle, but I am wondering, in what ways is mental health being incorporated in preventative crime measures? And if not, what ways can it be added or increased in preventative crime measures? Thank you.
Very good question. CTD Trowers.
Thank you for that question. So I agree with you. Most of the crime that we do see is influenced by a lot of post-traumatic stress disorder. So particularly you mentioned the West, and a needs assessment was actually done with the help of our partners
looking at the psychosocial across the island and some gaps identified. In the West particularly, we have provided for a St. James Wellness Adolescent Center. It is about 90% completed, focusing on a target group. What we realized is that we needed to get lower than what we started with. So the effect on the children, even much worse. So when we look at vulnerability, we start from probably tier 1, which means someone who has limited kind of contact with violence. And we go to tier 2, which you've had a lot of post-traumatic, whether intimate partner violence or violent community, and of course our worst would be tier 3. As we looked at the school system, and this is where Ministry of National Security actually is working very in an integrated approach with education as well as the Ministry of Health. And we've recognized that psychosocial must be a mainstay in any sort of intervention. So we're not looking at intervention as a projectized approach. It has to now be institutionalized. Real social investment, looking at those in our population who need the sort of support, and just regularizing how we look at mental health. So in terms of like our children, as we looked at the geographic areas that we looked at some data and recognized that the same areas that we had high levels of crime, we had high levels of intimate partner violence. The same areas we had intimate partner violence, we had what you call violent-related injuries. So the approach was very targeted, using the JSAFE data as well as using hospital data. This is where you're putting data on top of data and really doing a sort of analytics to say, where are we targeting? And having found those communities, we needed to look for the schools. And as we looked for the schools, we engaged with the guidance counselors, we engaged with the dean of disciplines, we engaged with persons at the community level, and they highlighted to us some of the students that we could not have gotten any way at all. And as they referred them to our case managers, so the Ministry of National Security has case managers, and the case managers, some of them are trained in something called cognitive behavioral therapy, which is for the highest category of those who are affected by trauma. And what we've sought to do, well, we've impacted, and I'm very happy to say that a small number, but it gives us great hope. In excess of 300 students in the last 2 years. We've actually gone to these students and using this methodology, then go into the homes. Because it's one thing to treat the post-traumatic stress for the student, but the student leaves the school and go back home. And that post-traumatic stress could be in the family. And we recognize that the family needs help. And so, yes, there is a very focused approach for crime prevention. And we recognize that not only mental health, but we have to do what you call wraparound services. The same student that may have adverse childhood trauma, other mental issues, also suffer from some socioeconomic issues. Also may have delayed learning. So we look at literacy and numeracy. And how do we actually work with education to tackle it so that we treat the different aspects of that student, the family. So it's almost like, you know, where you have the concentric circles. We're looking at the individual. But in healing the individual, we're seeking to affect the family, the community. And then we're expected that as we increase this sort of methodology, it will take time, but we will see a systemic change in not only mental health, but how we do dispute resolution and just addressing violence, which ultimately would address some of the crime issues that we have.
Thank you very much. We have exactly 2 minutes remaining. So the young lady on my left, you have less than 1 minute to pose your question, and panelists equally.
I am Dr. Annika Harvey, Medical Officer from the Southeast Regional Health Authority. I have both a question and a suggestion. How important do you think is grooming and etiquette? I heard you made a comment about addressing the root causes of crime, and I find that respect and manners is lacking in the household. Even seen as the patients and even working at Children's Hospital, there's a lack of respect, right? I'm suggesting, or if it's not already in the plan, that you put that in the curriculum. This goes from cradle at the level of infant to the grave, right? and also require that students at the high school, finishing high school, sit an exam and they must pass it to graduate. I believe that when you implement measures of grooming and etiquette, it not only spans like learning how to use a knife and fork, but also conflict resolution, help to resolve conflict and so on. So that's my suggestion, and that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of a very robust, and I think you have answers. You know where your tax dollar is going. We can take the additional questions on the outside with the panelists. They will be available. And we know where your tax dollar is going. We understand crime prevention, crime management. We see what is happening, and it's not just a police effort. It's all of us, a community that takes this crime for all of us to be the David, because there's no Goliath in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, members from the diaspora, I'd love to take your question, madam, but we'll take it on the outside. Thank you so much for being a part of this plenary.
Let's hear it one more time for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. I have to take this opportunity to acknowledge
so you gotta pull out. Yeah, and then we step in.
You ready?
Stand by. Must start this one, pull out. And we are live once again inside of the marketplace. This time we're starting. And once again, we have stepped over to the marketplace because the businesses here are, of course, open for business. And we are standing now with Rochelle White. She's a public relations officer for Jamaica Trade Board, which is actually an agency of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Rochelle, good afternoon.
Hi, Sharonda. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How has it been going so far in terms of people stopping by to get information?
Oh, we have had plenty people stop by our booth today. It's been a really amazing day, first day, and we are excited to be here at the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, and it's been amazing so far.
Lovely. All right. So for those folks who don't know what the Jamaica Trade Board is, could you tell us, please?
Sure. So the Jamaica Trade Board, also called the Trade Board Limited, we are an agency of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. Of course, we join 19 other agencies under the ministry with the shared goal of stepping up exports and growing Jamaica's economy.
All right, I like that. And I like your effervescence, your energy just through the roof. But after hours now, you want still have so much energy?
I could go a couple more hours.
Mind your boss area. All right, so what exactly can the diasporans or anybody else who stops by the Jamaica Trade Board's booth today expect?
All right, so we are here offering same-day services. So if you're interested in applying for an import or export license or permit, you can come right down here. We are also issuing, well, we are helping you with applications for the certificate of origin.
Oh, certificate of origin. What's the certificate of origin?
All right, say you're an export company, you're the company who's exporting your products, or you are getting ready to export, but, you know, things can get costly. We're here to save you some money. The certificate of origin basically is your ticket to paying little or no duty to the country you're exporting to.
I like how that sound. What? That sounds very good. But I understand that you also have a new portal that you're starting. Tell us about that. That sounds exciting.
All right. So in March, we launched our Export Jamaica. It's a global market intelligence and compliance gateway that is hosted by the Jamaica Trade Board, of course. And what you can expect from this cutting-edge, innovative gateway is access to market insights. Access to countries that you can potentially trade with, right? Import, export, thousands of buyers. We have their information. So we're not going to get you in any trouble. We're not going to let you trade with countries that have a bad reputation as it pertains to international trade. So we're bringing the information to our customers. Hey, we're not going to let you stress. You're ready to trade, you're ready to export and take things international and put Jamaica on the map? We're here to help you, all right? Custom duties calculator. We have currency converters. Everything you need to get on your export journey.
All right, so how exactly can somebody who is watching this, who is not able to come down to the marketplace today, access this information?
No worries. You can just log on to our website, www.tradeboard.gov.jm/export Jamaica.
One more time, that sounds like a hesse.
Okay, it's www.tradeboard.gov.jm/export Jamaica.
Rochelle, thank you so very much. Rochelle White is, of course, a public relations officer for Jamaica Trade Board, who is a subsidiary, or an agency of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. And we're walking, and we are taking our next steps over to Jamaica Customs Agency, where I am speaking with Mr. Gray.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Gray. What's your first name, please?
Winston.
Winston Gray. Okay, so we're chatting with Winston Gray here. Again, just a reminder, we're inside of the marketplace, and this is, of course, the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference happening at the Montego Bay Convention Center. So, customs. When most people hear customs, them hear high price. So, is that accurate?
No, it's not. No, it's not accurate. No, it's not accurate.
All right, clarify for me, please. What exactly does the Jamaica Customs Agency do?
Well, we perform three main functions. We facilitate the importation of goods and services into Jamaica. We collect the applicable taxes and duties, and we protect the borders.
Okay, lovely. So you are responsible for your role exactly is supervisor for marine operations?
Marine operations, yes.
What does that role entail?
So marine operation deals with all of the goods that are imported into the ports through the seaports. So that would include containers, motor vehicles, barrel boxes, crates, full container load, less than container loads.
Okay, that sounds like big work, man. A big work you have done. All right, you don't have to answer that. You can plead the fifth. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So for folks now who are on site, on location, at the Diaspora Conference, wanting to come down to the marketplace, when they visit the Jamaica Customs Agency's booth, what exactly can they expect?
They can expect some of the new initiatives from Customs. I'm not sure if you heard about CCP. That's the contactless clearance process that Customs is now publicizing in the public, where your goods are checked outside of your presence. Now, a lot of customers get uncomfortable when they hear that Customs is examining the goods without them being present. But as with DHL or FedEx, your goods most times are checked outside of your presence. Some of the advantages of contactless clearance is that it's given priority over most imports. So once you indicate to your freight forwarder that you want contactless clearance, it's given priority, and the freight forwarder would notify Customs that they have a contactless clearance declaration, and it would be processed in a timely manner.
Okay, all right. So basically we have nothing to be concerned about. It is actually better, is what you're saying. It is easier.
Examination is done in a sterile era under surveillance camera, and the officer that is doing the examination wears a body cam.
So basically you don't have to fret nobody's going to thief you things. That's what he's saying very nicely, because this is very well secured, very well protected. All right. So what else happens when we come down to the booth today?
Well, Customs has rolled out what is called a mobile app. So the mobile app is something that you can go on Play Store or Android and you download the mobile app. The mobile app carries four main functions. You can do an estimation on your duty calculation. You can search for your declaration. You can track your declaration, and you can look at the status of your declaration using the mobile app. You can also make payments in customs duties and taxes using the mobile app.
Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. Is there anything else that is being offered here that we haven't covered, so people can run over here and, come bombard you?
Well, I've covered most. Those are the new stuff. We also have the other stuff like the returning residence status, and other importations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gray, Mr. Winston Gray. I have to make sure that I get your name right? All right, so remember, folks, if you are here on location at the Montego Bay Convention Center, feel free to come by to the Jamaica Customs Agency booth. If you have customs questions or questions about custom, ask Mr. Winston Gray. I'm setting you up now, so everybody going to come and ask for you.
Or anybody, we're here to serve.
All right, appreciate your time so very much.
Thank you.
All right, just a gentle reminder that so far for the day, we have covered Jamaica Open for Business, transforming investment and enterprise in Jamaica through diaspora engagement. We came by our coffee break earlier, and we had a chat with a number of folks here, including Grace, Victoria Mutual, Jamaica National. Those are all, of course, our legacy partners. And now we are cruising the marketplace, if you will, able to identify additional folks who are here with us. And one additional person is the National Land Agency. And how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
All right. So just to remind me of your name, please.
My name is Christopher McPherson.
Christopher McPherson, and you're the big boss.
No, not quite. Just business services and ICT.
Why everybody may ask if them are the big boss, them laugh? Because the boss are watching, no?
No, because Because I'm only 5 foot a little. So I'm not so big.
I love it, I love it, I love it. All right, so what does the NLA represent?
We represent the security of tenureship. It's one of the rights of a Jamaican citizen to own property. And it is something that we ensure, and that is something that the government guarantees when you own your title. And we facilitate that.
Okay, that's great. So the folks who are here who want to have certain kinds, what kind of things can they expect if they come down here? What can they get done on the ground?
Well, there are many things that can be done. We're here with our valuation specialist. We're looking at the valuation role. Sometimes people are unclear of their property taxes, if they're paying for their lot, if their names are correct on there. We do those role adjustments here. We also give general information as well. We have attorneys here who are excellent, really, really professional people. They know their jobs. We all have questions. Even if it's not us, it's our families, our friends. So we encourage people, not only the diaspora, to come down and ask questions. We have the service of eLand. It's a wonderful product. It is utilized by the construction, the real estate, everyone in Jamaica. You're able to go on there, you're able to check a title, print a copy of the title, ensure that what is being said to you is actually correct. You can look and see if the name of the person is the name that you're talking to. You can look on there to find the valuation number. You can find the actual size. You might be purchasing a property. It says you're purchasing the title has an acre. They're saying they're selling you 4. Then you can start to understand.
So for verification purposes as well.
Well, it's a first step. Once you're more serious, then you can come to the National Land Agency, and we can do something called a search certificate, which is it's a legal document which is backed by the Registrar of Titles to tell you exactly what's on this property.
So is that those services you just mentioned, are those things that we can access here on site?
Right here, right now.
I love it. I noticed this big old drone behind you. What's this for? What's the purpose of this?
We are moving the agency into the future and beyond. We have LiDAR drones, we have drones with photogrammetry. We didn't bring any of the hydro stuff because we also map under the ocean as well, and we map on land. We're able to look at a parcel, measure things on ground, look at features on ground in order to create the cadastral map for Jamaica. And you'd ask the question, why is a cadastral map important?
I was about to ask the question, but since you want to take away my work, ask yourself the question, why do we need that?
If we're going to plan effectively, we must know what's on ground. And if we don't know what's on ground, we're making assumptions. And we've all seen what happens when we make assumptions.
Yes.
We're building a road, we don't realize that there are features there, and we're able to look through vegetation. We're able to generate a digital elevation model. We're able to develop contours for the parcels. The surveyors will have to go out and do their final checks, but it's a good place to start. The more knowledge you start with, it's a better product that you usually get, or quicker. So we have that technology in staff. We have Mr. Chaplain Williams, absolute expert, absolute rock star with the drones. They're doing great things with them.
All right, thank you so very much. So for the folks who are not able to make it down today, where and how can they get additional information?
You can reach out to us. Look at our website. There are phone numbers on there. We have live chat people, real, not AI, real people that you can call and talk to. Real people, and in some cases they might not have the answers right then and there because people ask technical questions and legal questions, and questions which might require research. But we're here and we're willing to help you through everything. That is our task, and that is what we have been mandated to do as an agency, to serve the people.
And it is eLand Jamaica?
Yes, ma'am. eLand Jamaica.
Oh, that's it? I love it. All right. Thank you so very much for your time. And remember, if you need information on property, buying property, being able to determine the topography, the size of the property, to be able to authenticate whether or not the person you are buying the property from online is actually giving you the correct information, then you need to visit the National Land Agency, NLA. And if you are anywhere in Montego Bay, whether at the Diaspora Conference or not, you can come by and have that information. Otherwise, you can check them out online. We are still happening here live at the Montego Bay Convention Center, the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. And, all right, I've made my way over to the National Housing Trust. So from land agency to owning house. That's a nice thing, you know. That's a very, 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 very nice combination. Mr. Dwayne Burbick, did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
All right, lovely. Good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Good afternoon, Sharando.
You're not going to ask me how me do?
Oh, you all right? No, you're at work, so I'm going to say you're good.
Oh, all right, I'll take that. So how has the reception been so far?
Awesome. You know, housing, and you spoke about National Land Agency housing. Our theme for this conference is Come Build With Us. And we know that whether you're at home, whether you're in the diaspora, Jamaica is always home. More than just the culture, more than just the vibes, more than just the feel-good that Jamaica brings. You know, we all want to own a piece of the rock. And so the National Housing Trust here at the Diaspora Conference is, of course, demonstrating to our diasporans that they too can become contributors of the NHT, and they too can become homeowners right here in Jamaica, right at yard. We know you're over there at work, but you can still work on your home ownership aspirations right here in Jamaica. So when it's time to come home, you have a place to come home to.
All right, so we understand the excitement of owning a piece of the rock, as we like to call it. Yeah. So let's see, I'm a diasporan. You notice I'm going into my accent now because we're talking about coming from foreign, right? So let's assume that I'm a diasporan and I am here on location and I want to get information. What kind of information can I get, one, and also what exactly can be executed on the ground if I come to visit you here today?
Okay, so if you're a first-time contributor to the NHT, or perhaps you contributed before leaving Jamaica, we will be able to do registration for you right here in our booth. It's a registration process that we've pretty much simplified, moving from 5-10 forms many years ago to just having one form that you can fill out. Once you fill that out, we can start your registration process and advise you as to when you can start making those payments. And once you make those payments, you become registered as a voluntary contributor, and you continue to make those payments, and within a year, maximum 2 years if you're a first-time contributor, 1 year if you contributed before leaving Jamaica, you can actually start accessing your benefits. And we can also give you all the information you need on accessing the benefits, whether you are looking to buy property in Jamaica, whether you have property already and you're looking to build or improve on that property. And something we're selling in this conference as well, under our theme, Come Build With Us, is the opportunity to do partnerships for housing projects with our diasporans as well. Many want to not just come back home, but want to make home Jamaica more comfortable for Jamaicans as well. And so many are looking to also partner with us on building out housing projects, especially at the affordable housing segment. You know, housing prices in Jamaica, you know, most people see them and them raise them eyebrow right now. But you know, NHT caters particularly for the affordable housing market, and some have that philanthropic nature that they've tied with their business, that they want to do partnerships with us to build out housing projects that many more Jamaicans can actually own a piece of the rock. So we are doing that on the customer side, but also on the business side, we are partnering with our diasporans as well.
Okay, I like that. I'm really, really enjoying that. Anything free down here for them to get to when they come?
Of course, you can get enough information, but of course, a joke. That aside, though, of course, we have our tote items that they can get. We want to give them a little piece of Jamaica to go back with. We have our housing magazine that gives you tips, whether you're looking to start a home ownership journey or you're a homeowner already and you're looking to make improvements. We'll give you tips through our magazines. And I'm sure my marketing and sales team will give you a little goodie that you can stick in your goodie bag that you walk in the road and take that back as well.
I like it. Dwayne, thank you so much for your time.
Always a pleasure.
And
Thank you.
remind us of the theme, Come Build With Us.
Come build with us.
All right, so tell them. Talk directly to camera. Tell them.
Come. You see this?
Yes.
NHT, this? Yeah. Come build with us. Come build with us.
You them for use them commercial. Thank you, Dwayne.
Thank you.
All right, so we are still happening here at the Diaspora Conference inside of Montego Bay, beautiful, beautiful Montego Bay, Jamaica. So we are taking a step away from the NHT, who is encouraging us to come and build with them, to now come over here to the National Education Trust. And I'm speaking with Keisha Johnson, Management Director, Donor and Partnership. That really means you are head cook and bustle washer. Tell me if I'm wrong.
It means that I'm the chief... No, stressor. I stress everybody because I beg everybody on behalf of the children of Jamaica, from early childhood all the way up to tertiary, because that's our mandate, is to mobilize resources for the education sector. So that's what we do.
All right. So, wow, that's interesting. So how can somebody contribute to this?
In cash or in kind. That's the bottom line. So we have many needs in the education sector that I'm sure you're well aware of. And of course, we can accept cash, so you can donate funds to our designated accounts to cover specific activities or specific projects. If you want to do in kind, we have buckets of different needs that you can give in-kind support to as well.
So, Keisha, give us a little idea as to some of the schools, if that is what it is that you have aided in the past, and what kind of assistance have you been able to give because of the kindness of others?
Oh my goodness, we want to be so thankful to our diaspora members, since we're here at the Diaspora Conference, and of course our local members and foundations that give generously to support our children. We have people who do scholarships, so I'm very cautious about naming names.
Yeah,
you're trying to get me in trouble.
It's okay.
But for example, OFANA, Old Farmers Association, we manage their scholarship fund, for example, at CASE for them. There are several private groups that give different kinds of donate to different kinds of projects that we manage on their behalf. We do mentorship for some of the students as well. We build schools, and we have persons who contributed to building schools or building resources at schools. Those are on the agreements, specified agreements, and we do those kinds of infrastructural development as well. So the gamut is whatever the needs are. We work with the donors and the schools so that we're on the same page and we are addressing the pertinent needs of the school and the urgent needs of the school at that time. And we formulate formal relationships with them through a memorandum of understanding, and we manage those relationships, including the monitoring and evaluation, to ensure that what they give to is what funds are spent for. And then we report. So there's transparency, there's accountability, and measured impact that we report on to our donors. And I want to bring to your attention, if I may, on the board here, if you can see, we've got a number of schools up here. There are 245 underperforming schools in Jamaica, primary and secondary schools, underperforming at the primary level in literacy and numeracy, and at the secondary level, they're underperforming in the external examinations. We are prioritizing those schools because we believe every child deserves the same fair chance. And we are appealing to our diaspora, we are appealing to our local members of community here to support these schools, so that whatever it is, the struggles that the children are having, whatever is inhibiting them, whatever barriers they're facing, we can address those barriers so that they are able to fulfill their potential like your child.
All right, thank you so much, Keisha, for sharing with us. If you are interested in being a contributor, you're interested in being a part of what is happening here, then you can go to net.org.jm. That's net.org.jm. We are going to jump back over to the plenaries happening in the main building here at the Montego Bay Conventional Center. Once again, it's the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. If you're not here, there's still time to get here. If it is that you definitely can't come, then stay connected to this stream, and we will be bringing you some of the conference right to the comfort of wherever you are. I'm Sharanda Farrell signing off for today, sending you back to the main studio.
Don't miss out on the excitement. Catch the vibes, join the conversation, and reconnect with your roots. Visit www.mfaft.gov.jm to learn more. Riverside Wrap-Up, June 17 to 19 in Montego Bay. See you there.
In the heart of the Caribbean, a call echoes across the globe, a call for a momentous homecoming. This June 16 to 19, join us in Montego Bay for the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Jamaica extends a warm invitation to its global family for a gathering like no other to foster dialogue, development, and cultural immersion. This first in-person forum in 5 years offers a unique opportunity to explore innovative solutions for national development and to forge strategic alliances. We will address vital topics at the intersection of Jamaica's progress and the unique experiences of its global community. This conference is more than just a meeting. It's a melting pot of ideas and action. Born from an initiative in 1993, this gathering has evolved into a powerful movement that shapes Jamaica's policies and development strategies. From promoting investments to fostering heritage pride, the conference is a testament to Jamaica's proactive approach to engaging its diaspora. While at the conference, take advantage of fast-tracked government services exclusively for attendees. Plan and execute a Diaspora Day of Service activity in a community of your choice. Reconnect with our roots, network, explore business and development opportunities, and re-establish connections, all while savoring local cuisine. Our goal is action. We're not just talking, we're planning, executing, and growing together. Join us as we write the next chapter in Jamaica's story, one of unity, innovation, and collective growth. Register now at diasporaconferenceja.eventbrite.com. Don't miss out. Our early bird special of $160 for 3 days ends May 15. The 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, united for Jamaica's transformation, fostering peace, productivity, and youth empowerment.
JN Money Card send from abroad. JN Money Card. Send the money. Mo want withdraw in a hurry. JN Money Card free. With your TRN and your ID. And when me no walk with cash, me just swipe like that. From abroad to CAD, get the JN Money Card. It's safe, convenient, and free. JN Money Card sent from abroad. JN Money Card.
It's time to come back. Back to feeling connected again. Back to curious. Back to adventurous. Back to being up for anything. Let's be lively again. Let's be laid back. It's time. Come back to the vibe.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to plenary session 4, Transforming Jamaica's Health System in Partnership with the Diaspora. The session aims to catalyze partnerships, knowledge sharing, and actionable recommendations that leverage diaspora expertise, resources, and networks to strengthen Jamaica's health system, improve access to quality care, and advance public health priorities in alignment with national goals and global standards. And so we welcome our panel, Dr. Gary Rule, MD, Sector Lead for Health and Wellness, who will moderate, our distinguished panelists, who include Mr. Dunstan Bryan, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Ms. Claudette D. Powell, MA, BSN RN, Jamaica Nurses Group of New York, Dr. Robert Clark, Help Jamaica Medical Mission, Ms. Lorraine Smith, Autism Spectrum Disorder Expert, and Dr. Upton Allen, MD, Chief Infectious Disease, Toronto Sick Kids, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, and those online, a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you and welcome to the health panel. I am Dr. Gary Rule, and joined on stage, as Dahlia said, are distinguished panelists who are really experts. And I have a couple of comments before I start, and then I'll tell you about the format. So, health is the focus of really a lot of what we do. So this morning I was interested in both the business sector, the folks who talked about education, the folks who talked about investments, because if you don't concentrate on health, really everything else, in my opinion, will not go well. In health, we're purposeful. We're purposeful in terms of what we want everyone to do is to live their best life. We are very purposeful. We are intentional in any project, initiatives that we do. And we use data. I think Ms. Shauna before, who's a data analyst, we look at data to make sure that data drives what we do, the interventions, and how we bring people on board. The other comment I would have is, if you're thinking about, for example, Grace Burnett from Grace Kennedy talked about developing Drax Hall. I guess my plea to you is, or with Chef Patrick Simpson, who is doing health. Health is food. Food is health. If you're doing a housing development, think about health. Bring us to the table, because really, if you build 1,000 houses, people need access to health care. They need access to emergency care. They need access to a pharmacy. And I'll give you one example before I go to the pharmacist. Do not believe that just because you don't use a public health service that you're exempt, because I'll give you an example. If you are in an accident, hopefully you don't. In Jamaica, I worked in emergency medicine. Time is of the essence. We need to make sure that our emergency response, our ambulance service, can get you to the point of care that is going to give you that care and then transfer you to the place of your choice. So my plea is, don't ever think that whatever you're doing, whatever it is, education, IT, banking, investments, that it doesn't impact health, because it does. And why do I say that? For our children, for our families, for mothers, for pregnant mothers, for fathers, for everybody. You have to think about health, because the only way that we unite, transform, and grow as a nation is you have to at some point think, okay, health should be involved. We're not saying that you should do the work. The experts here can do the work. But just think, whatever I'm doing is health. Should health be at the table, and consult them to help you? Healthy foods, healthy environment, healthy water, etc. And before I introduce the panel, my other point is, in healthcare, we are purposeful, we're focused, we use data. On Wednesday, there is a health panel about the burn care facility. That's a priority focus area for us. I welcome you to join us on Wednesday from 1:50 to 2:30, where you have persons from UWI Hospital, Dr. Vengapal, Dr. R. Scott, Petrojam, or a corporate partner, the National Health Enhancement Foundation, the United Way. So these are public, private persons who are coming together because we recognize we need to access critical care services in the island, in place for our people, for our children, for the future, and that's why we're doing this. Then I'll stop and then go to my panelists. Experts who have been doing this diaspora work for a long, long time. I won't repeat their names because you've heard them. My first question then goes to Mr. Bryan. Please share with the audience, again, healthcare, we're purposeful, it's data-driven, there is a strategic plan, we look at data, we look at information, and we're purposeful, we're intentional. Recently, Minister Tufton talked about the Health Strengthening Improvement Plan. Please comment to us what that is, and then when you answer that question, you feel free to expand for 3 minutes, but then help us to understand how the diaspora can be engaged. Can we be engaged? Either to support the plan, expand the plan, or do something else.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and also to you for hosting us on, well, the Ministry of Health and Wellness in this forum. Let me first acknowledge the fact that you're receiving the Consolation Prize and apologize for my minister who is not well. I'll leave it at that. But he sends his regards, and he holds this type of conference and this type of consultation in very high consideration, and he regrets that he's not able to attend. Now, to answer your question specifically, the Ministry of Health and Wellness in 2019 launched our Vision for Health 2030 plan. And that plan has 6 pillars that support the reform of the healthcare system, because when our healthcare system was first developed, it was very disease-centric. The responses that we have was to specific outbreaks of specific disease within country. And so even our primary healthcare system was founded on maternal and child health to reduce the impact of communicable diseases on the rates of mortality for our mothers and our children. Come in the 21st century, our health dynamic has changed completely. Communicable disease, while still very, very real and very present among the population as evident with COVID-19, we have now come up on a new dispensation, and that dispensation has to do with non-communicable disease. And with non-communicable disease, we have to reform, reformulate, and recalibrate how we see health and healthcare. And so we have to not look at the disease-centric focus, but we have to be patient-centric or person-centric in the delivery of healthcare services. And so the Vision for Health 2030 plan sought to recalibrate how we deliver health services in the country. And so in the new dispensation of how we are doing business, we're looking at a patient-centric approach to healthcare, where we look at the person from the womb to the tomb. And how do we provide healthcare within every life stage? And what type of services we provide within the different life stages of a person's sojourn on this earth. How do we do that? We have to look at service delivery and the different service delivery model. And we have to look at the service delivery model in the condition that we find ourselves in. And that condition represents two phases. One, Jamaica is going through demographic transition. What does that mean? We have low birth rates. Our birth rate now is approximately 1.7, 1.8 to every mother. We have persons living longer. And we have an exacerbation of that condition because we have high migration. And so our health scenario rests on the fact that because persons are living longer, the condition, non-communicable diseases represent a high portion of our mortality and mortality rates. And so the top 10 diseases that cause mortality in Jamaica are all NCDs, all of them. HIV in 2005 was number 7. HIV is number 13 at today's date. So NCDs represent a vast majority of how we deal with the type of conditions that we deal with in health. So we really have to recalibrate, and that recalibration is in 3 components: people, place, process. People, place, process. So people, we have to look at the staff. And a lot of times when we hear healthcare workers and staffing for healthcare workers, we think doctors and nurses. But there's a whole cadre of people that support health. And we need to look into the different component parts of healthcare service delivery to ensure that we strengthen every component part to deliver the type of service to the whole person at the prevention stage, and of course primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention, and then secondary care and tertiary care. So we talk about people, talk about process. We really have to bring the healthcare system in the 21st century. And so we have to look at all of the different processes that we do in health and ensure that we recalibrate that, bring technology to the table. Technology has formed such a very critical part of the health conversation right across the world. Different forms of technology, diagnostic technology, other types of technology. And of course, we talk now about the place, the infrastructure, the equipment, the buildings. The last time we built a hospital in this country was some 30 years ago. Now we're in a new dispensation where we are looking at our infrastructure, and most of our hospitals are at their end of their useful phase in terms of buildings, more than 50 years. And of course, the obvious example of Cornwall and what we had to deal with there. So we have to invest in the infrastructure. So we have to invest in the process. We have to invest in the people. And that encapsulates the entire program of reform that we're talking through.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, next we will go to Dr. Upton Allen, Chief of Infectious Disease at Toronto Sick Children Hospital. And I will start with my first question, and then you could share with the audience prior to concerns that you have for the next 3 minutes. And then just as a set of formatting, what we will actually do is have the panel speak, each of them for about 3 minutes. And we want to interact with you. We want to really hear your questions, your concerns. So after we're done speaking, then we'll open the mic, and you could please come to the mic, introduce yourself, and then ask your question. Dr. Allen. So my first question is, what are the key areas within Jamaica's healthcare system, that could most benefit from the expertise and resources of the Jamaican diaspora?
Gary, thank you so much. That's an amazing question. Let me just say in about 15, 20 seconds who I am. I'm from Portland. I always like to say that. I grew up in a place called Boston, which is where jerk pork comes from. So if you want to know about jerk pork, you can talk to me about that. I work at Sick Kids. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, and I see a lot of familiar faces here. Gary, it's really important to focus on a number of specific areas, but I want to focus on two areas that I think are important. I'll illustrate the first one by giving you some numbers and engaging you. The first number is 2,000. The second number is 4,000, and the third number is 8,000. 2,000, 4,000, 8,000. And those numbers, one of them represents the number of individuals who die on the roads from road traffic accidents in Canada each year. So how many people think it's 8,000? Put your hands up. I'm a university professor, so I always like to ask questions. How many people think it's 4,000? And how many people think it's 2,000? So if you said 8,000, you got it right. Now, suppose I said to you that in Canada each year, just less than 2,000 individuals died from an illness, and that illness was related to infections in hospitals. What would you say? You'd say, that's crazy, that's terrible. 8,000 road traffic accidents, 2,000 hospital-acquired infections. You think that would be crazy, wouldn't you? That's crazy. But in fact, what I did, I kind of tricked you. The number of people dying on the roads in Canada each year is approximately 2,000. The number of people dying in hospitals from infections in Canada each year is 8,000. More people dying on the roads than dying in hospitals than on the roads. In Jamaica, PAHO data suggests that there are about 425 people dying on the roads last year from road traffic accidents. I leave you to figure out what you think the number of hospital-acquired infection deaths might be in Jamaica. Think in terms of the Canadian example, and you can figure out, perhaps what the Jamaican number might be. And as Miss Lou would say, when you think about the number, what a lala. It's a big deal. So that's one point I want to leave you with as this relates to hospital-acquired infections, because that's a big deal. And when you set up a burn unit, that's going to be a big issue. I really want to thank the diaspora for continuing to contribute to hospitals, particularly your efforts to deal with hospital-acquired infections. And finally, just briefly, I just want to thank you for working with us on an initiative called the Sick Kids Caribbean Cancer and Serious Blood Disorder Initiatives, SCI, for which I was the co-chair. And that was a partnership between Sick Kids and several hospitals in the Caribbean, including the University Hospital West Indies and Bustamante, to improve the care of children with cancers and serious blood disorders. And the diaspora was key in that regard. So infections and cancers, two important issues.
Thank you so much, Dr. Allen, for that response. Next, we'll go to Mrs. Claudette Powell, RN. This is someone who has worked very deeply with the diaspora over, she can tell you, many years. She's in the USA Northeast. Again, you'll have 3 minutes. My first question to you is, can you describe to us what are some of the opportunities that both yourself and the nursing faculty has done past, present, and be future-facing as well? So what have they done? Why are you involved? And what are some of the other things you want to be doing?
Thank you, Dr. Brule. First, I want to say that the health sector is one of the most dedicated and one that contributes much to the public health system in Jamaica. We know that all health systems have their challenges, but as a member of the diaspora, over 20 years I have been a volunteer in the diaspora, been in the United States over 40 years, and persons keep saying, wow, but you're in Jamaica every day working. And that is what I'm imploring everyone. No matter how long you have left Jamaica, please come back and help. The other thing, this is my 9th conference. We're celebrating 10 years of the Diaspora Conference. This is my 9th conference. And the reason I'm giving all this timeline, when I was preparing for this presentation, I thought, let me go back to my notes. Let me look at some newspaper articles. So I did a chronological review, because I don't want it to be merely hearsay of what's going on in Jamaica with the health system. And over the years, I've identified some areas which I'll share with you. I know Mr. Dunstan mentioned infrastructure. So it's infrastructure, equipment and supplies, human resources, technology, education, and yes, non-communicable diseases came on right around 2021, that the minister started to mention that. Not to say that the diaspora had not been addressing it, but it was more in the limelight at that time. And so I looked at articles from 2010 when the first fact-finding mission was held in Minnesota, and I was part of that team, up to a recent article where Minister Tufton spoke about the lifestyle-linked trauma cases such as gunshot wounds, bike accidents, and I'm surprised I did not see in the article road accidents, automobile accidents. And the reason I'm bringing that, the diaspora has to look at the challenges, also have to look at the strategic plan from the ministry to determine how we can help. In other words, you don't just stay home and say, I'm going to send an X-ray machine. I'm going there to this place to do a medical mission. And you don't know what the issues are. You don't know what the strategic plans are. So I must speak on behalf of the Northeast Diaspora, where I am the chair. We have done that. So I'll share a little bit about what we have done, including the nurses group. And there are two mission groups that I'd like to highlight. Because when I looked at all these areas for improvement, the Jaja Foundation, Jamaicans at Home, Helping Jamaicans Abroad, basically did all this, I don't even think they knew that they were covering these areas. And one of them is, of course, they do annual missions, and I know Dr. Clark will be speaking about that, but they partnered, and one of the things is collaboration and partnership with the government, the private sector, Friends of Jamaica, with the diaspora. So they partnered with the American Friends of Jamaica, Jacobi Medical Center in the Bronx, to get handheld ultrasounds. Now, if you know ultrasound machines, generally you're sent someplace and it's a big stationary machine. This thing is the size of my hand. So, just imagine, it's more efficient and I would say effective in the sense that the physicians can do a diagnosis within a short time. You can meet someone on the road in an accident, and if you have a handheld ultrasound, you know what's going on. So just to share the diaspora, so 30 hospital accident and emergency rooms got one of those ultrasounds, and also maternal child health. Beyond that, since those machines were donated, Dr. Trevor Dixon has a bi-weekly conference with the physicians here in Jamaica. So they review some of these cases that have been seen using the ultrasound machine. That's every 2 weeks. And monthly, there is a review with the maternal child health. Another thing that this group and other diasporans have noticed, we are concerned about the minimal response to emergencies, such as things that really need, it's quite time sensitive, a heart attack, a stroke, and you're on the road in an accident, and it's the local citizen who has to throw you in a car. Now, if you're in the medical field, most of the time, I guess you'll be all right, but that's not the best way. We want a vehicle that if you have a spinal injury, you don't do more injury on your way to the hospital. And I shared what happened recently. It's always best to talk about what you have seen personally, because we hear a lot of things people call us about what's going on in Jamaica. But I was on the Jaja medical mission in January. We were working in Trelawney on our way to Negril to rest for the night, stop for dinner, and what's the likelihood of being first responders to 2 road accidents 45 minutes apart? And the reason why I'm sharing this, we were not the witnesses. We did not see those accidents. But I'm very uncomfortable that when we got there, there was an ambulance. There wasn't an ambulance, no trained personnel to rescue those persons. They were fortunate because we had 2 buses on the scene, and several of us are in the health field. We had lots of trauma physicians aboard. We had a lot of nurses, and we were able, although we did not have an ambulance, we knew how to transfer those victims into someone. We converted the back seat to make it flat to put those victims. Again, the diaspora responded. And beyond that, the same organization, Jaja Foundation, has started an emergency medical training here in Negril. So we have persons who are being trained to respond to emergencies. With that, you need an ambulance. So Jaja Foundation purchased an ambulance, which arrived in Jamaica, and that ambulance will be used as a part of the training, and yes, it will benefit the entire island. Thank you. Another thing that they have been doing, they have a clinic, a dental, that area, I know Mr. Dunstan will know, is very needed in Jamaica, and all the mission groups, most mission groups bring dentists. But Jaja has a clinic in Negril, a dental clinic, and one for women's health. I'll move on to one other group. And the reason, as I go along, just think about all these areas for improvement, how we have captured them, and we have responded. So we don't just stay home and blame the ministry. We don't blame the government. We try to see how we can work to help. It might seem like a drop in the bucket, but every bit helps. The other one is the Organization for International Development, Dr. Roy Street, located in the Bronx. The one I spoke about first is located in New Jersey. Dr. Roy Street has been coming to Jamaica for a number of years. Again, the partnership, they have partnered with the University Health Hospital, West End Hospital, a group of cardiothoracic surgeons at the Montefiore Hospital in the Bronx. And since 2020, they have done 50 open heart surgeries here in Jamaica, free of charge. Now they're getting ready to bring a mammography van because they have identified for the underserved. There are women, they're going to service the urban, rural areas, and especially some areas in Kingston. They don't have the insurance, they don't have the money to pay for mammogram. So Jaja has taken on that task, and I'm hoping that others, if you're sitting there, maybe you're already doing it. I can only speak about those I know. Will do something similar. They also have a van, but locally, a mobile medical van. So they go around to see the people, and they also do the dental work. What have the nurses been doing? I'm a member of the Jamaica Nurses Group. Oh, one other thing. There's an Ulster Spring Health Center, showing collaboration again. That is in Trelawney. That health center has been down for a number of years, and the persons complain that they had to drive to Falmouth, so persons will die on their way. Again, another person in the diaspora I approached, told the situation, came up, met the Minister of Health at the time, partnered with them. Minister of Health gave money. The health center was refurbished, opened, and not only that, there's a group in New Jersey, Jamaican Organization of New Jersey, has now adopted that clinic.
Thank you so much. We're going to come back.
All right. Okay, thank you. Hope I can share more later.
We have more time. We're going to come back to Mrs. Bell. It's a lot of information. One comment. So a friend of mine I asked a question. How do you eat an elephant? What's the answer? My answer was one bite at a time, and he said, no, the community eats the elephant. The community eats the elephant. What does that mean? We have to communicate, we have to collaborate, and we can actually eat the entire elephant in one sitting. That really is what healthcare is about. It's complex, it's deep. Every single intervention that you make, you have to think, if I do this, is there a current consequence and or is there a long-term consequence? So just to orient your mind to how do you eat an elephant? The community eats the elephant. Every single person has a role to play. The government, the private sector, individuals, the person in the street. If you're talking about health, if every time you put something in your mouth, food is health. The water that you drink is health. The environment is health. If you choose to smoke or drink, that's health. The kids, it's health. We have to think about this, everything that we do. I'm in healthcare, that's why I'm probably biased. Just think, everything that we do really has an impact for health. If we are going to be competitive in business, investment as a nation, to go in the future, this is how we have to reorient our mind. Our children need to be healthy. Mothers need to be healthy. I'm going to pivot to Dr. Robert Clark. Again, this man has been doing, not to get spiritual, right? He's really been doing God's work in Jamaica and the Caribbean and really in New York, New Jersey. He has done multiple missions. I'm not saying he's done it by himself because there's a team. He has done many medical missions. He'll talk more about that. My one question to you to start with your 3 minutes is, I think you have a unique perspective because you've done medical missions in Jamaica and you've also provided primary care in Jamaica. Just comment to us about Your perspective, what do you see in terms of admissions, primary care? Do you have some recommendations for us moving forward, building Jamaica? Not everything, because I know you know a lot, just your initial thoughts.
Okay. Can anybody hear me? Very good. So as Dr. Rule says, my name is Dr. Robert Clark. I'm the president of Help Jamaica Medical Mission. We've been doing missions in Jamaica for umpteen years, many, many years. And the precept for that is that each one has to help one, right? Basically, we're a community, and we do one community at a time. Okay, Jamaica has a population of about 3 million people, and to be honest, it's only about 80 hospitals, I think, that services these 3 million people. It's about 80 hospitals, right? 80? 80? Right. Not so much? Okay, so it's not even so much, right? Google says 35, and it also says 80. So I'm not sure which of those numbers are correct. The important point, however, is that the health system is top-heavy, okay? There's not enough physicians or services to really and adequately serve everybody in Jamaica. So as a result, there have been about 200 to 300 missions coming to Jamaica on a yearly basis. That is also a drop in the bucket. I can speak about my mission. Whenever we come for about 8 days, and we go all over Jamaica. We principally go to those underserved areas that are hard to reach. In other words, we choose the areas uniquely. We target the populations that are extremely poor, have less resources, and less amenities and transportation to actually come out of your community to see doctors. So we specifically go to those areas, and it is amazing the amount of diseases that you see that has been going untreated for years. In other words, let's say a person has hypertension or high blood pressure. That is a disease that constantly beats the heart. So you can be walking around with a high blood pressure for years and not know that you have it until you either have a stroke or a heart attack. So when you go to these areas, the amount of people that you see walking around with these diseases and is unaware that they have it, it is really food for thought. It is really amazing. So what we do, again, we go to these areas, we find these people with all these non-communicable diseases, and we treat them. We bring medications to last them for at least a year. We go to one area twice. In other words, if we visit your area this year, we will come back the next year for follow-up. Because let's face it, we tell them to go as follow-up to their local doctors and local clinics. But our safety net is coming back the following year to ensure that they've been doing their follow-ups and that the medication has been working and all of that. But our main thing is to tell them to follow up. And of course, with statistics, most of them do not. And so, as I've been trying to appeal to other members of my diaspora, who are physicians, nurse practitioners, or anybody in the healthcare, to come down to assist with medical missions, because believe me, it helps, it works, and it saves lives. Okay? And I have my colleague here, that's Dr. Rosemary Lewis. I want to yield at least 1 minute to her so she can discuss some of the work that we do here. Dr. Lewis, can you just come quickly? Just 1 minute, of my time, I'll give to her, and then we'll.
Dr. Lewis, you have 30 seconds. Before we revert to panel.
Everyone. Since the post-COVID, we realized that many people are affected with mental health challenges. Within our culture, that is one area in medicine that was not talked about. because we were taught to hide it under the bush. So with everything that is happening now, we have had more resources and we are seeking more intervention. And in the United States, the government has allocated funds towards this area. So we in the diaspora, especially the United States, we are trying to garner help to see if we could follow their model, see what they do, and then take it to Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. That's an excellent segue to our next speaker, because what we will not do is actually sit here and talk to you. We want to hear your questions, your comments. We want to interact with you. It's a great segue to mental health. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Perfect. Miss Lorraine Smith is an autism spectrum disorder expert. Again, deep knowledge, global expert, knows mental health. I'll stop talking. My first question I always say, even though I do emergency medicine, is, honey, what is autism? I'll ask you that question. What is autism? You have 3 minutes. Tell us the essential things that you want us to know about autism. Touch on whatever you want to touch on. We will stop. We'll go to the audience. And hopefully, I have like 100 questions here. Hopefully, then, the audience will ask something that I have for them. If not, that's okay. Let's hear from Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Rule. And just a few points. I am more than an autism specialist. I have a total of over 30 years in social services and mental health, working with all types of disabilities across all types of disability and mental health. I am a state contractor in the state of New Jersey. I now reside in Georgia as well. And I also work and live here in Jamaica. And I did that for a primary reason, because as we're speaking here, I'm amongst the doctors and the nurses, and that's what I do every day. Because we can no longer work separately from medical and mental health. As I normally say it, we must be married. Medical and mental health must become partners. We must live together and reign together for the sake of the parent. And I start with the parent, because those are the individuals I see in my counseling sessions who don't understand, why is my child going through this situation? The parent who, because they have a child with a disability, their marriage is no longer there. The parent who can no longer go to work. So I start with the parent. But we must work together as professionals for the sake of the child as well, who will become an adult, the community, the providers, everyone, and those of you who are sitting there. So I will back up a little bit to say I'm also a trauma professional. I am an adjunct lecturer here in Jamaica, and I'm also a practicum coordinator, which means I teach here. One of my greatest things is to teach the next generation of counseling psychologists, students here in Jamaica, how to be multicultural counselors. So we here in the audience, as some of us want to come home. And when we do come home, we're going to want someone to talk to. And so they will need to understand, how do we take care of our children? How would we take care of our elders? As you know, my colleagues as stated, from the womb to the tomb. And so I have one of my students who's sitting in the audience who is a fireman. And so I work tediously here in Jamaica just to make sure that the services we have back in the U.S. and other countries can become a part of what we do here in Jamaica. So, what is autism? Let's get to the meat and bone of why I'm here. Autism is very near and dear to my heart, and it's near and dear to my heart because my granddaughter, who will turn 6 in another few days, as autism and cerebral palsy. Autism is a neurological and a developmental disorder that affects the communication, the interaction, and the behavior of the child. And now the child turns in an adult, autism is still there. A lot of times we see the child in the supermarket and we see the hands are flapping, the noise they're making because the child's not able to speak. Yes, that is autism. A lot of times we see a child in the classroom, if there's some teachers sitting here, and that child cannot pay attention. It's a boy or a girl, especially a boy, because boys are more diagnosed with autism than girls. Boys have more of an aggressive nature than girls do. And so what we're finding is that teachers may not know what they're looking at in their classroom, and so the boys are kicked out of their classroom. So I'll reverse a little bit, because autism needs to be diagnosed by at least 2 years old for the sake of the child, so that those services can be started, what we call early intervention. So as part of the diaspora, this is one of my recommendations, because I'm not only going to point out the things that maybe are not being done or, what's missing, but recommendations that as a part of the diaspora and ways that I myself can help as an expert, as a professional, is that early intervention becomes part of our system of care. Because that child and that parent needs that support, immediate support, the minute the child comes out the womb. The parent is going to take the child home. That child will not meet the milestone development. So our doctors that are here, pediatricians, clinicians, are a part of that child's treatment plan. So we move from the milestone development from the 6 months to the 12 months to the 24 months. And we're looking at the school. Our teachers need to be trained and certified. Special education is a sector of education, but apart from special education, you now go beyond that to be certified and to understand how to work with someone with autism. Apart from that, you have other services. And I'm here to kind of talk more about that as I see my time is wrapped up.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. So first and foremost, we're here for 3 days, right? The bench strength, the knowledge that these folks have, it's so deep, it's so broad, we can't tell you everything that we want to share with you. What we're going to do, I'm going to stop and open. We have 9 minutes left. We'll take questions from the audience. Please use your right and your left mic. And I ask one thing. Again, I told you, in health, we are purposeful. We're intentional. We're specific. When you go to the mic, please frame your comment into a question for either the general panel or one person in particular. In health, we're intentional. We need to be done at 5:40. We have 8 minutes. Who do we have at the mic?
All right, so we have just to remind delegates, you have 2 microphones, so you can choose which one you want to stand behind. Mr. Moderator, we can start on your right hand.
The first young woman, please identify yourself and ask your question, please.
Yes, my name is Sharon Barrett. I'm what you call a contractor. I work with New York State as an autism. I work as they call them ABA therapists. That's my job. And they have speech therapists, like she was trying to say. There are many people that work with autism in the service. And my question, I've been doing this from 1991. I'm a special educator who retired from the New York City public school system, but now I'm a contractor for New York State at my own business. Quick question. When I was growing up in Kingston, I grew up in Kingston, in Raleigh Town, Franklin Town area. I never saw any services for the children with autism or Down syndrome or any other services. So my question, what are some services that we can give back as a diaspora community? What can we do?
I'm going to assume that that's my question.
I think it's your question. Go ahead.
All right, so thank you very much for that question, and it is important that we see government as a whole and not its component parts. So a lot of the work that we do with early stimulation, which is where your argument is going, is done in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. There is a plethora of interventions with, I think, about 4 centers for early stimulation across the island. We have Kingston and Senator, Portland, and St. James, and another parish, I can't remember exactly where. However, the Ministry of Education also has a program for early identification of learning challenges, and that is, and a lot of persons would know about the MICO Center, where they do assessments for learning disabilities, including autism and also other forms of impediments to learning. So the government has a plethora of programs. How can you help? What we need is, of course, in all of our areas of specialization is human resources. Because, as you know, because we live so close to the metropoles, and they are going through their own demographic transition, the pull factor is we can't compete with the salary that a specialist like you would gain in America. So the pull factor and the labor market causes you to pull. What we ask is for missions. Now, missions are so critical to the work that we do in health. Last year alone, missions contributed approximately $8.5 million to health service delivery, as we calculated in turn. And so we have had over 200 missions last year alone. Now, pulling yourself together into teams and modeling the health mission into these types of missions that do assessments is very important, because the wait time for an assessment in education now, I think it's about 18 months. So just think of a mother or a family waiting on an assessment to determine what is wrong with my child, you know? And it's not a clinical assessment, but more a psychological assessment that would be done by you and your team. So pulling yourself in missions, working with the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Labor and Social Security to say, okay, we can take a cohort of children, run your
evaluation program.
Your evaluations, and come up with some diagnosis for some of these families, helping them.
What about training? She mentioned when she spoke about autism, about training. They have to train and get like a license.
I think that could be a very, very powerful part of the mission. Come one summer when the teachers are on summer break, offer a training program in dealing with children in autism. Those are powerful ways to intervene.
Thank you, Mr. Bright. So we have 4 minutes left. My response to you is, don't do it so it's fragmented. The reason that we're saying mind, body, soul, don't go, again, suggestion, work with the Ministry of Health. Work through the National Health Enhancement Foundation. I am on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council as a health representative. Don't go off and do your work so the work is all fragmented. We need to eat the elephant together. That's what we need to do. And I'm speaking passionately because that's really what I believe. The young lady in brown, please ask your question. We have 4 minutes left.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Charlene Taylor. I'm from England. I'm a nurse in the UK. My question to the ministry is, would you be happy to help people in Jamaica who have got chronic conditions look at nutritional ways of reducing and managing their conditions, especially for those who can't afford medications and doctors?
We heard the question. I think the question is, how does the ministry, could they look at nutrition, et cetera, in terms of improving health? Let's do the following. Let's hear the questions first, then we'll answer all of them at once. Let's just hear what the other question is from the doc at the mic.
Dr. Willis from New Jersey, past president of Help Jamaica Medical Mission. Help Jamaica Medical Mission is health care for every living person in Jamaica. For every living person in Jamaica. Now, we come to Jamaica and treat the poor, because the poor in Jamaica cannot afford medical care. There is no system here to treat the poor in Jamaica. So we come and help the poor as much as we can, but it is not enough. The 100 of medical mission that comes to Jamaica, it's not enough to help the poor. In America, we have Medicaid, and Medicaid is a program that treats the poor. If a Medicaid patient comes to my office and a commercial patient comes to the office, they both get the same treatment. So we need a program here in Jamaica to treat the poor. So this morning somebody mentioned a program where we can donate funds to help the poor. So Help Jamaica Medical Mission, Dr. Clark, we are going to get together and form what is like an insurance company and ask the member of the diaspora to donate $5, $10, or $15 to this insurance company that we can use to treat the poor in Jamaica.
Sir. We hear it.
I hear it. But there is one thing that I'm saying. One more thing. Because what I heard the other day that disturbed me a lot is that a gentleman went to the hospital for medical care, and he was given a prescription to go to the hospital. I know that. To the hospital to buy medication. And on his way back, he died.
I got it. So
that disturbed me a lot. So we have to do something to help the poor. The poor. And one more thing. Why is this medical mission is so late in the afternoon when there is no audience?
We thank you for your questions, your comments, everything.
Thank you.
We're done. We're done. What I would say finally is the work that the health persons do, we should not be fragmented. We should not, moving forward, if our kids are going to be really healthy, can compete, can be in a classroom where they're not having dental pain, they're not sick, our mothers need to be healthy, right? We need to do that. Our time is up. I know that there are two persons at the very end. Please find us after. We'll answer your questions, but I'll go back to what I said before. We cannot move forward and be competitive if we are, one hand is doing one thing and the other one is doing another thing. One hand can't clap. Ministry of Health, the National Health Foundation. I'm on the health sector. Claudette Powell, you heard about Ms. Smith. Dr. Dunstan. Mr. Dunstan, I'm sorry. Dr. Allen. Dr. Clark. We are here. Connect with us. We're not telling you what to do. But just think about, if I'm going to do something for health, it probably impacts everything else. Just ask us, can we do something else? Before you build a hotel, call us and say, we're not telling you how to build a hotel, how to finance it, but if you're building it, think about, is there a health impact for tourism, for the tourists, as well as the people who live here? That's my pitch to you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate your time, and I'm sorry that we don't have more time to share with you.
Can we hear it once again for our panel? Thank you so much. A very spirited discussion, but you heard it, engaging healthcare professionals, policymakers, diaspora representatives, and community advocates is critical. And what we need are innovative approaches, technology integration, and capacity building initiatives to address healthcare challenges and to promote wellness for all Jamaicans. Once we are finished with this photo, I'm going to ask the PS to remain on stage for a special presentation. And just to remind you that this evening, our platinum sponsors, VM, have a special entertainment event. It's going to be a remount of the satirical review Pitchy Patchy. And the play features some of Jamaica's most popular social media influencers, such as Wayne Marshall, Dana Royal, Dee Burns, Keticia T.C. Chapman, Tananya Tracy, and Dr. Sanita Myrie. So we have some great entertainment lined up for you to close off day one. So we want to thank our panelists, and we ask our permanent secretary to remain on stage as we head into a handover ceremony of the atmospheric water generator to the Ministry of Health by the Jarrett Foundation. So I invite Dr. Pearl Jarrett from the Jarrett Foundation, UK, to hand over to Mr. Dunstan Bryan, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, this atmospheric water generator. And this presentation is to the Ministry of Health. So we're going to get a microphone for Dr. Jarrett. The members on stage with her are members of the Jarrett Foundation.
Where's the profile?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I won't keep you. This is going to be very brief. My name is Dr. Pearl Jarrett, and I'm the CEO of the Jarrett Foundation. We have been in Jamaica now since the 2012. We came when it was Jamaica's 50th anniversary, and we wanted to do something. Prior to that, we were in Africa, and we came and we said, how can we help? When we said that, and we were asking the Ministry of Education at the time, and they said furniture. We didn't know anything about furniture. We didn't know where to get it, how to ship it, anything. But we learned on the job, and we eventually shipped 8 40-foot containers worth of furniture that kitted out 136 schools in Jamaica. Yes, we did. And that was to the value of 50 million Jamaican dollars. Fast forward, we came to the pandemic, and we said, again, how can we help? And we was told masks. So we went and we located some masks, and we shipped 2 million face masks to Jamaica to the value of $130 million. So we've been doing this on and on and on. And then during the pandemic, we said, again, how can we help? We were told oxygen was something that the hospitals really needed. So we went on a fundraising drive with the support of Mr. Cephas. Mr. Courtney Cephas is somewhere in the building. Oh, there you are, Mr. Cephas, our right hand. And the Minister, Camilla Johnson-Smith, did videos for us. Minister Tufton did videos for us. And we collected money for oxygen. After a while, the pandemic passed, and then oxygen wasn't the issue anymore, but we still had the money. And I said, Mr. Cephas, what can we do with this money? Because it's burning a hole in my pocket, and I do not want to be one of these charities that collect money, and then when people ask, what did you do with the money, there's no explanation. So I said, what can we do? And he said, water. And I thought, okay. I knew, again, people ask me to do things I know nothing about. So I thought, okay, I don't know anything about water, I'll just learn on the job. So what happened is, while everybody else was binge watching Netflix and movies and stuff over the pandemic, I was researching water. And then I came across this thing because I had an epiphany one day. And I remember that in our old house, we used to have mold going down the wall. And what we did is we got a dehumidifier. And what it did, it pulled water out of the air, and it stopped the mold. And we would throw the water away in the morning. So then I thought to myself, well, that technology already exists. What if we could find it and reapply it? So we found it, and I did some research, and I found it, and it's called an AWG, an atmospheric water generator. So then I contacted them and got the rights for Jamaica, actually the rights for the Caribbean. Did you know there is just as much water in the air as there is in the sea? Jamaica is very, very humid. So we have a machine that we use the money for, and it's just behind you. Can I just ask you to step aside just a moment? And this is the atmospheric water generator, and it's a 30... Oops, no. It has... Oh, it has brakes. It has brakes on it. So this is a 30-liter. So which means every day it will pull 30 liters of water out of the air. And then you can use it, and you come back the next day, and it will pull another 30 liters of water out of the air. There is no plumbing needed, no pipes needed, no anything. So we knew that, because I come to Jamaica often, I understand the constraints of electricity and all of that. So this is the plug-in version, but we've also put solar to go with it, and a solar battery. And with the 3 elements, it can produce water anywhere, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we've had this tested. We've had this tested by the Bureau of Standards, and we've also had it tested by ESL. And the tests have come back and said it is WHO standard. It is World Health Authority standards. It has filters in there. So with the filters, it's drinking water. If you take the filters out, you can use it for anything. It becomes potable water. So you can use it for your chickens. People say to me, but I've got chickens and I have to truck water. Could I use it for that? I'm like, yes. I have to truck water for my cattle. Can I use it for that? Yes. So what I made sure I had it in different sizes. So depending on what you need it for, we can help. So this one, as I said, is 30 liters, but it goes all the way up to 10,000 liters a day. 10,000 liters a day. So this one, sir, we would really like to donate to the Ministry of Health. Thank you again, Mr. Cephas, for all that you have done to get us this far. I want to thank Ambassador Ramakan for everything you do. When I don't know what to do, I call him Ambassador, and he helps me to make good decisions. And my husband, who makes all my decisions work. When I come up with big picture, he says, okay, this is what we need to do first. And obviously my partner in crime as well, Mr. Luvin Scarlett. Thank you, everybody, because we are very, very proud to hand this over to you today. Please make sure it gets a good home where water can be used and where water is needed, and it can be used regularly. And it would be wonderful for us to just continue to supply Jamaica with water, small or large, it doesn't matter. We're here to serve.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jarrett from the Jarrett Foundation UK. And there you have it, the official handover to Mr. Dunstan Bryan, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Health, of the atmospheric water generator to the Ministry of Health. JDC 10 promised this to be an amazing milestone event for Jamaica and Jamaicans at home and abroad. The success of the conference relies chiefly on the sustained commitment of our legacy partners, Grace Kennedy Group, the VM Group, and the JN Group. Our platinum partners, Continental National Bakery, Digicel, Island Car Rental, Jamaica Tourist Board, our gold sponsor, Pinnacle Developments, our bronze sponsor, JMMB, our official media partner, RJR Gleaner Group, our diaspora investment facilitation partners, JAMPRO, Jamaica Stock Exchange, and Jamaica Business Development Corporation, our venue partner, the Montego Bay Convention Center, accommodation partners, Iberia Star and H10 Hotels, Ocean Eden Bay and Ocean Coral View, and our conference endorsement partner, the Jamaica Umbrella Group of Churches. To all JDC 10 sponsors, could you put your hands together for me as we say a big thank you. And now we call upon Dr. Kevin Brown, President of the University of Technology and Chair of the Program and Content Subcommittee, to give us the daily JDC Brew. That is a summary of the day's proceedings and his musings on the highlights. Let's hear it for Dr. Kevin Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, first of all, let me say congratulations to everyone who has made it through the day. Well done. When we were planning the conference, we wanted to ensure that we created a program that covered all the important topics that matter not only to the diaspora but to Jamaicans on the island. Now I know that I'm standing between you and some entertainment that will be happening this evening. So we're not finished with you yet, but no more plenary sessions. It's going to be entertainment, music, and some fun. But before we go, I just wanted to remind you of what we've been discussing today, because every conference must produce tangible outcomes, right? We're not just here to have good conversation. We want to take away key recommendations and points that we can work towards achieving. So the day started with a very brief opening session with Mr. Courtney Campbell, chair of the conference and president and chief executive of the Victoria Mutual Group, or VM Group, welcoming you to conference, along with Honorable Orlando Terrelong, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We then moved swiftly into plenary session 1, which looked at Jamaica Open for Business, transforming investment and enterprise in Jamaica through diaspora engagement. Jamaica is open to business, and we heard from Senator the Honorable Albin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, who spoke about the advantages of doing business in Jamaica. Why should you do business in Jamaica? Well, according to Senator Albin Hill, we have good infrastructure. We have good overseas endorsements. We have successfully managed our inflation. We have many investment opportunities. It's a very diverse landscape out there, especially for those young diasporans. And there are many gaps that exist in the market. If you listen to panelists Winthorpe, Wellington, or Throp, who is from the diaspora, came back to Jamaica 18 years ago, is the owner of Travelers Resort in Negril. He's also a YouTuber, and he spoke about the many gaps in the market. So for those of you who are overseas in saturated markets, Jamaica still has opportunities for you. So that was the first plenary session. And I hope that many of you now feel inspired to find your investment opportunity in Jamaica. The next plenary session dealt with the role of Jamaican missions and diaspora communities, organizations in supporting and sustaining Jamaicans overseas. I know sometimes we take for granted the overseas missions and high commissions. We think that they only exist to ensure that we can renew our passports and sometimes resolve our issues, especially around immigration. But as Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith outlined, these overseas missions actually aren't responsible for passports. That's the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency. They are responsible more so for your interests and ensuring that as a Jamaican, your rights are protected. So we got a masterclass from Minister Kamina Johnson on what exactly is the aims and objectives of these many overseas missions. And she was joined by other high commissioners and consular generals. We then went into lunch, and lunch was not just any ordinary lunch. We had Blue Maho Holdings, along with the Jamaica Stock Exchange, speaking about how you can invest in Jamaica again, a very strong theme for today's conference, where we heard about the capital markets. And many of you in the diaspora already own shares. How many of you own shares in Grace? We all buy Grace in New York, in London, but how many of you actually own shares in these companies? You can own shares in NCB. You can own shares in many of these iconic Jamaican companies. Why? Don't just be a consumer. You can also own these companies as well. And the Jamaica Stock Exchange remains very vibrant. In the afternoon, we had a very brief Riverside chat with President of the Borough of Manhattan Community College, Dr. Anthony Monroe. And then we met our brand new Police Commissioner, Dr. Kevin Blake. How many of you knew that we have a new Commissioner of Police? You all knew? I met someone who was surprised to hear the news. So I think it was worthwhile having the new commissioner here for you to learn about him, how he rose to the ranks and got to be the new commissioner, and his vision and mission for the Jamaica Constabulary Force. He spoke about transformation, how he's transforming people, the people in the force, the quality of the force, and the technology. And if you listen carefully, he's a computer programmer, he's a software guy, and he's a police officer. That's Jamaican talent right there, right? So we should be proud. We should be proud of our new police commissioner, who is also into the ICT. We then had a panel sponsored by the Ministry of National Security under their Live Good campaign, looking at how do we achieve lasting peace and security in Jamaica. And one of Jamaica's favorite police officers was on the panel. Do you know who that is? Mr. Fitz Bailey, who sadly has announced that he's retiring from the force. A renowned crime fighter in Jamaica was on the panel. And I would say that for some of us, this is perhaps the last time we will see him in his role as Deputy Commissioner of Police. So count yourself lucky for being at conference today to hear his wise words of wisdom. What did we learn about Jamaica? We learned that Jamaica is safer than we think in terms of what we hear in the news and how we perceive our country. A gentleman stood up and said he leaves his door open in Vineyard Town. Whether you believe him or not, that's what he claimed. And his point is that to him, Jamaica is a lot safer than we perceive. The police officers, the crime fighters noted today that crime is trending down, that more gangsters are behind bars. And what they have said is that they want to engage with the diaspora. The police commissioner said what the diaspora can do for the police force is to continue to support the many communities that they work in, continue to support their social development and creating opportunities for these peoples in disadvantaged communities. That's what the police commissioner is asking you to do. And yes, for those of you who are policing experts overseas, they also want to hear from you. But as you heard from Kevin Jr., who is the sector lead for peace and security in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, it's not about the diaspora coming to Jamaica to dictate how we should police. It's for the diaspora to come and to learn what are the priorities for Jamaica and to see how you can contribute and join in the process. So it's about partnership, right? It's about partnership. We then moved on to the concurrent sessions, and I hope you all enjoyed your concurrent sessions because I won't be talking much about them because I'm focusing on the plenary sessions. And so when we came back from the concurrent sessions, we ended the day with transforming Jamaica's health system in partnership with the diaspora. This session was a very poignant session. We learned that non-communicable diseases are an existential threat to Jamaica. What do I mean by that? Our biggest threat, some of you think it's car accidents, some of you think it's crime, it's diabetes, it's heart disease, all of these non-communicable diseases. How many of you have relatives where because of diabetes, you have relatives who've gone blind, lost a limb? We call it sugar. So we have to look at our lifestyle. That was the message coming from our permanent secretary, Dunstan Bryan. We also heard from other members of the panel, Ms. Claudette Powell, about how diaspora groups have been giving back to Jamaica over the years. Many diaspora groups have been giving back through donations to the health system, through medical missions. We had over 200 medical missions from the diaspora, supporting many communities across the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope today's program and today's conference has been a fulfilling experience for you. We have covered a lot of ground, but I hope that you have seen that in partnership, the diaspora, the government, the private sector, the public sector, the NGOs, in partnership, all of us together, we can do what? We can eat the elephant. Right? How do you eat an elephant? All of us together, right? And that's how we're going to make Jamaica better. All of us coming together. So I hope you've enjoyed day one of the conference. Tomorrow we go again, 8:45, with the launch of the Eat Jamaica Day initiative across the diaspora, and many more salient topics to cover. So remember, we're not done with it yet. After we have some entertainment and a bit of fun for you afterwards. But I want to thank you all for your attention today, and see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Calling all Jamaicans across
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Well, you heard it. Tomorrow, day 2, we have so many things. Well, this brings us to the close of day 2, actually. Tomorrow, we have more under our theme, United for Jamaica's Transformation, Fostering Peace, Productivity, and Youth Empowerment. You heard it, the official launch of the Eat Jamaican Day under the auspices of the Ministry of Agriculture. We're going to host the Prime Minister of Jamaica, who will deliver the keynote address. There'll be more plenary sessions, breakout sessions, and a Riverside chat. If you missed the opportunity to benefit from having the government at your service, and you wish to fast-track requests for your birth certificate, your TRN, your passport, you can get this and many other services done by the 11 participating government agencies. There's going to be a lot of excitement happening in the marketplace, delicious Jamaican fare, and prospective partnerships with like-minded diaspora entrepreneurs. Mabay, JDC 10 transformation, we say. Until tomorrow, I'm Delia Harris. Walk good.
All Jamaicans across the globe. This June 17 to 19, we're bringing the vibes of the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference to you straight from Montego Bay. Join us live for Riverside Wrap-Up or post-conference show packed with highlights, inspiring stories, and a whole lot of fun. Don't miss out on the excitement. Catch the vibes, join the conversation, and reconnect with your roots. Visit www.mfaft.gov.jm to learn more. Riverside Wrap-Up, June 17 to 19 in Montego Bay. See you there.
So far, being here at the Diaspora Conference, I feel like I have a cup that's being filled. This is almost like a recharge station where Jamaicans and us in the diaspora can really just connect. We can share our stories, we can talk about our personal narratives, and see how we can continue to join forces to be able to push forward. And that's one of the main reasons why I came here, to be here for the next couple of days, just to really soak everything in and see how I can use my platform to be of help, to be of assistance, to be of promotion to the country that I love so much, my home, Jamaica.
My name's Judith Slater, and I'm the British High Commissioner to Jamaica. My experience so far at the Diaspora Conference has been absolutely fantastic. There's a big delegation from the UK who are here to see what they can do, both to explore business opportunities here in Jamaica, but also to give back to the Jamaican community, which is extremely inspiring and uplifting. And I'm really enjoying connecting with everybody over the next couple of days.
My experience so far is very good. A lot of information, a lot of knowledge. Just here trying to give back to the diaspora community and bring awareness and understanding to the diaspora.
Great. My experience has been fantastic. I've seen some old friends, made some new friends, and definitely lots of business content and information. So time well spent.
I'm excited to be here in Montego Bay for this Diaspora Conference. I'm looking forward to seeing the network build Jamaica. Yeah, but those who are abroad, who haven't been back to Jamaica, link with Jamaicans and understand that it is a safe enough place. We have a lot of opportunities, and together we can make Jamaica great. I am personally excited about the social investment that the diasporians will invest in to really build our youth and to build our economy. So let's see what happens. It's going to be a great day, and I'm also happy to host the third day to help to put everything together, the closing ceremony.
Yeah, hi, I'm Roxanne Michael, and I'm excited about exploring various investment opportunities within Jamaica. So I'm looking forward to that.
What's going on, everyone? Throp here, and it is not too late to register for the Jamaican Diaspora Conference. The networking already here has been spectacular. The panel I was on, I'm sorry you missed it, was amazing as well. But it's very, very important, I always say, to come to international conferences like this, even if you're remotely interested in investing or moving here. To me, this is one of the best ways you can just dip your toe in the water of starting out your own personal journey of accomplishing whatever goal that you have. It's not too late. Still a lot of great information and great panels ahead. Prime Minister is coming tomorrow. You don't want to miss that either.
So far being here at the Diaspora Conference, I feel like I have a cup that's being filled. This is almost like a recharge station where Jamaicans and us in the diaspora can really just connect. We can share our stories, we can talk about our personal narratives, and see how we can continue to join forces to be able to push forward. And that's one of the main reasons why I came here, to be here for the next couple days, just to really soak everything in and see how I can use my platform to be of help, to be of assistance, to be of promotion to the country that I love so much, my home, Jamaica.
My name's Judith Slater, and I'm the British High Commissioner to Jamaica. My experience so far at the Diaspora Conference has been absolutely fantastic. There's a big delegation from the UK who are here to see what they can do, both to explore business opportunities here in Jamaica, but also to give back to the Jamaican community, which is extremely inspiring and uplifting. And I'm really enjoying connecting with everybody over the next couple of days.
My experience so far is very good. A lot of information, a lot of knowledge. Just here trying to give back to the diaspora community and bring awareness and understanding to the diaspora.
Great. My experience has been fantastic. I've seen some old friends, made some new friends, and definitely lots of business content and information. So time well spent.
I'm excited to be here in Montego Bay for this Diaspora Conference. I'm looking forward to seeing the network build Jamaica. Yeah, but those who are abroad, who haven't been back to Jamaica, link with Jamaicans and understand that it is a safe enough place. We have a lot of opportunities, and together we can make Jamaica great. I am personally excited about the social investment that the diasporians will invest in to really build our youth and to build our economy. So let's see what happens. It's going to be a great day, and I'm also happy to host the third day to help to put everything together, the closing ceremony.
Yeah, hi, I'm Roxanne Michael, and I'm excited about exploring various investment opportunities within Jamaica. So I'm looking forward to that.
What's going on, everyone? Throp here, and it is not too late to register for the Jamaican Diaspora Conference. The networking already here has been spectacular. The panel I was on, I'm sorry you missed it, was amazing as well. But it's very, very important, I always say, to come to international conferences like this, even if you're remotely interested in investing or moving here. To me, this is one of the best ways you can just dip your toe in the water of starting out your own personal journey of accomplishing whatever goal that you have. It's not too late. Still a lot of great information and great panels ahead. Prime Minister is coming tomorrow. You don't want to miss that either.